And with that, I wish you all a warm welcome to today's broadcast of the LRS, the only official English, and I think also there's no unofficial one, the only English coverage of the LATAM League. Today I welcome you to a best of 5 Maze Gaming against Malvinas Gaming, and I will start with showing you the schedule so far. Yesterday we have seen Dr. Esports Club getting an upset over Volticons. No one besides me has predicted Dr. Esports to win. I think I'm the only official talent that has predicted that. So I'm a bit proud of myself and proud of Dr. Esports. Today though, we have Maze Gaming and Malvinas, and I personally think that today we probably won't see an upset. I think Maze Gaming is looks far better than Volticons, and also in their lose against 9G Globant, they didn't look too bad either, but we will get to that. Yeah, wait, let me figure out. So we have the preview of today. Malvinas Gaming against Maze Gaming, they have played in the regular season only one time, obviously. It was directly at day 1, and Maze Gaming kinda rolled over Malvinas. All over the place, if you see their season results, Malvinas is on a 6th place. 6th place is obviously the last place to get into playoffs, so they are standing-wise the weakest team. Maze Gaming was sitting comfortably at a 3rd place, only losing to Golden Lions and 9ZG. Everyone else they kinda beat without losing a single game, so good for them. Interesting here to know, if you look at today and you ask yourself, what should we look at? Who are the star players of those teams? I think for Malvinas Gaming, it's in my opinion at least, it's 100% their mid laner. Nobody, a talent of the legendary talent of the LATAM scene. Not legendary, not legendary, but a very, very old LATAM tier 1 talent. I think a little, also a role Hika will play, the AD carry. I don't think Hika is that crazy. But his matchup against will be important, I tell you why in a second. Because if you look at Maze Gaming, I think the player that you want to look there for is the AD carry Vision. So now you see why I think why I have Hika there, because I think the AD carry of Maze Gaming is especially good, and the AD carry of Malvinas is also good, but not too crazy. And on the other side, we have also for Maze Gaming, we also have the mid laner Hitsu. I think he also has a big impact, and the wins that Maze Gaming gets, not as big as Vision, but he definitely also played good. He played good last week against 932. So yeah, let's see how he can face up against nobody, the real strong mid laner of Malvinas. Other, not necessarily news, but things I want to say about Malvinas, they have, in the last week of the LRS, they have switched their jungler. They have now Shooks. Shooks is, I want to say, one of the top talents in tier 2 jungle for the south region. They obviously hadn't had a team this year so far, so I'm not entirely sure why. This could have many different reasons. But, results-based, he's obviously always one of the top talents in the tier 2 in LATAM, in the south. So, maybe an improvement, though changing jungle could be always, a bit risky. But I think he had now, over 2 weeks, a bit more than 2 weeks to fit into the team. It's a lot of time to do anything on the other side for Maze Gaming. I think they obviously have lost 3-1 to 9ZG in playoffs already. But I have put you here the gold graphs so you can see for yourself. I think the games they lost, wait, I make it a bit bigger for a moment, if you're speaking about it, might as well, You can see the games they have lost, but they're for a long time they were even, or even slightly ahead, They never fall really far behind, often even were ahead in all games, at least for a certain amount of time. So I think, personally, Maze Gaming has looked really surprisingly good against 9Z Globe, and that's why I'm also thinking that probably today Malvinas would have a hard time getting an upset. We also have, like, I can show you my team graphics. Malvinas Gaming, last split, they, finished like in the middle, but at least regular season they finished quite well, but then playoffs they finished only middling. They only kept their support and their mid laner from this roster. Everyone else they kind of replaced. They have a top laner that has role swapped. He's played 7 years of mid lane. It's now first split of top lane. I also struggled to qualify through the open qualifiers. The AD carry Hika, looked a bit more promising on this Malvinas Gaming roster, but you can see his results last year, they were really rough, So I'm not too hyped yet on the Hika train, though the official cast has given him like 80 carry of the week, I think at least twice. What is kind of crazy considering that Malvinas only got 2 serious wins. But okay, I would not necessarily agree with them too much, but On the other side, we have Maze Gaming with the Meister Plan. They have completely rebuilt their team. Like 100% rebuild. They got the top laner Vamu that in split 1 was really good on the Golden Lions roster. They have gotten Visium and Neo from the Chilean Esport Nation Cup team. It is important to mention here that those two playing with the Chilean team, like you have the rest of the Chilean team, like top lane and mid lane, they're really good. Like Cody and Zotwe, they're crazy good players. So there are chances that Neo and Vision they are learning probably from those two. So really good. And yeah, they support Shohari. I think Shohari, like, last year looked really good on Sika. So far also, I mean, always looked fine, Not too crazy. Nothing too crazy. So now give me a second. I have to check if we have missed anything. No, not really. Okay. For the draft, I'm sorry, today is not my day, so my draft graphic looks a bit more scuffed than usual, but this is okay, we can take it. I think most importantly of all, we haven't seen the Shooks play a lot yet. I think Shooks is though veteran, of the tier 2 scene, so he probably has a fine champion pool. Maze Gaming already has played a lot of champions. They already had a lot of games, considering that they also played already one best of 5 in playoffs. I think, they are younger. Neo got a lot of prize in the beginning of the split. And I think, like, if you look at his champion pool, it's, like, really crazy, He has he's, like, played Jax twice, Shyvana, Zahin, Mundo, Jace, even Aatrox, kind of crazy champion pool. Other things to mention is that their mid laner also played, like, Veigar, Gragas game, champions that we have seen only him play. Bot lane a bit more standard, I would say. Vision, he has played the AD carries that are meta right now, but also mages. Interestingly enough, he has only played Jhin once, what I think is really good because I'm a Jhin hater, so that's good. And their support Shohari has played Plague twice, also something a bit more, a bit more unique. And top lane, also you have some unique picks there, like a Sugar, like a Zahin, like a Mundo. Champions that you usually don't see. On the other side, Malvinas, they have played a bit less games. The AD carry Hika had played one Kalista game, something we haven't seen too much this season. Besides that, we have one LeBlanc game from nobody and an Aze game from nobody. Aze is like really not a meta champion right now, but I remember I have seen the game where nobody played Aze, and the Aze game was crazy. He finds the like 5-man shuffle. It was really crazy. They didn't win this game, but it was like, was crazy. Also, they played EF top lane once. Something that we usually also don't see anymore. So I'm pretty hyped to see how these teams will face in the best of 5, because I think there's a lot of potential for like really, really fun picks, considering what they usually play. So Let's look in here. They are comparing right now the mid laners. Again, I said nobody is like one of the best mid laners in the scene. Yes, he's on a really weak team, but hurting his KDA and stuff a bit. But you see, besides that, his CS per minute is superb. Everything else like gold, the damage, and kill participation is like, in the middle. But a bit, importantly enough, he's above his placement usually would be for a team that is only 6th place. And I think that shows that nobody is like a very talented player. On the other side, Hitsu, he's he played last week really good. Last week I think he played really well. But if you look at his stats, over the whole split, I can, I was not so hyped on Hitsu. He was looking really not too crazy. I think considering that, I would say like before Voldicons lost against Dr. Esports, I thought Mates Gaming is actually the weakest top 4 team. I mean, Voldicons, they completely boomed out and they look like bigger dog, so the statement has proven wrong. But I think Mates Gaming, while they play as a team together quite okay, I think the individual parts are not that great. I think their team play is carrying them a bit higher than their individual parts are, but especially against teams like 9ZG or also Golden Lions, I think Mace Gaming struggled a lot because they got just giga-gapped individually so hard that the team play couldn't save it. And yeah, this is like, Malvinas Gaming are like quite a weak team. I don't think they have much qualities, but I could see a world where like especially a player like Nobody takes over and completely carries. Depends obviously on what champions he picks. I think like this champion pool is more of the classic control mage style. But I think it's okay right now. It is okay. So yeah. You have to see. You have to see how it's going. Showing the castles again. The game should start soon. I'm a bit, again, today's not my day, so I'm a bit out of it. But it's okay. If you take a look at the playoffs again, we will see that this is an elimination game. Whoever loses today is out of it. So I would say both teams obviously with their backs against the wall. I think for Mace Gaming obviously it would be devastating if they lose today. Because they are just such a great team. Here we have stats of the AD carries. We can see Hika is a praised AD carry by the casters and stuff. But I think, honestly, I just tell you that because, like, I just have him even in the mentioning because he's, like, so praised by the league itself. But if you look at his stats, he looks like not that great. On the other side, Vision, I think, is really good player. One of the better AD carries in the league. I think he's actually a bit better than Fix. Also look really good against 9G Globin, so I think like he might be even second best AD carry in the league. I mean, let me think. No, we have Inshaka. Inshaka's definitely better than him. Inshaka's already out of playoffs, kind of funny. And I think Scenario also might be better than him, but he's like top 3 probably, depending. I think him and Fix, they're really close together. And you can see it on the statistics too. His KDA is really good. His farming is okay, but like team fight and damage participation, like kill participation and damage wise, he's like really good. We see here the different champions they have played. I think Visium has a bit more competitive champion pool than Hika. Yes, like the Callister game was cool and stuff, don't get me wrong, but I don't consider Callister really good in the meta right now. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of his champion pool. On the other side, Vision though, I think has a really great champion pool, So, have to see how it bounces out. With the meta being like more mages bot lane, especially in the best of 5s. I think the AD carry, he has not played that many mages. Vision at least has played the Mel, but the Mel is not a Garant yet. I have to see. Again, I won't go back to the playoffs. Whoever loses is out. For Mace Gaming, it would obviously devastating. For Malvinas Gaming, I think with how they placed last split, it would be still kind of sad to see them go out so early. But I think they already had a really rough regular season, so it would not be that surprising to see them go out that early. For Mace Gaming, it would be really surprising. No matter what, the winner of the series will face in like 2 weeks Dr. Esports Club. I think considering I think both teams will have a rough game against Dr. Esports Club. I think I would favor Dr. Esports Club in either case if I just think out of my mind. So yeah, we have here we have a bit of caster predictions. They have a bit more hope in Malvinas Gaming than they had in Dr. Esports Club. But I think it's kind of crazy because Malvinas Gaming are really, like, you know, if I think about how can they win, you know? And I, like, you know, I see, like, maybe, you know, the only thing I see them really winning is, like, if nobody is really finding the perfect team fights back to back to back. And that is definitely possible. But as I see them a bit struggling. Yeah, Tough Bull goes crazy. Yeah. With that being said, we still have to wait a bit for the draft. I think it should start anytime soon. I'm not sure. For me, the music is really loud right now, so I have to figure that one out. But it shouldn't be that loud. But what is even this? I know for you it's probably not that loud, but I just think it is for me loud. Okay, this changes something for you too, so it's a bit unfortunate. I hope you enjoyed. Oh, we are going into draft finally. Okay. And with that, I need to wait. I have not prepared my music. Okay. And with that, we are going into today's series. First game of the night. Malvinas Gaming against Mace Gaming. Malvinas on the blue side, Mace Gaming on the red side. We also have first pick for Malvinas. Bans are Nocturne, Ziggs, Jace, Locke, Poppy. Locke yesterday came through once and looked quite strong, but lost the game. It's now taken out as well. It still leaves like a lot of first picks open that are really good. Like, for example, a Camille. You could pick Ezreal, though I don't like it really that much. There's like a lot of mid laners like Cassiopeia Rise are still open technically, you know, something like that you could go. But let's see what Malvinas Gaming is deciding here for themselves. Also like some AD carries, you know, like Ezreal you could pick. You could pick Syndra. Syndra would be like probably fine. You know, let's see how they decide. Orianna, a pick that we really don't see that often, but it does not surprise me too much, considering nobody is playing it. And I think nobody is like, you know, it's like exactly what I said, you know? They're kind of looking for an, nobody that is like looking for the crazy team fights, you know, for the crazy ultimates. And I think Orianna is a champion that can do this. But Mace Gaming obviously have now the opportunity to bounce back, you know, with strong meta picks. Already securing a Camille here that is really strong. Obviously, there are like somewhat answers against Camille, like Leona, for example. Shen, they're still available, but I think you always would rather have the Camille here. Also now Syndra picked, obviously a flex pick in the current meta, so it's good against Orianna already, you know, but still a flex pick nonetheless, you know. So Malvinas Gaming is put under a lot of pressure here in draft already. I don't think that picking Orianna is that important because I don't think Mace Gaming would have picked Orianna anyways, but let's see how they continue their draft. They could pick something like Jarvan, it's not that bad into Syndra. That is still open and really good with the Orianna. I don't think there are two strong champions still against it, but Wukong would be still open. They decide to pick Wukong anyways. Also okay with Orianna. I don't think it's as lethal as Jarvan, but definitely playable. It's also good against Camille, you know, so nothing too crazy. Also, I don't think there are any champions that are really good against the Wukong. Shenye would be a classic answer against the Camille. Let's see how they are picking. I like how it's going. I think I know why they're not picking Jarvan here, because I think Wukong just wins against Jarvan. So you don't want to give enemy team Wukong here. into a Jarvan, so you pick Wukong yourself. Wukong is still okay with Orianna, and it's like good against Jarvan. Now the other side is picking the Jarvan though. Let's see how they can do it. I generally just prefer Wukong. Prefer Wukong here in this matchup. And with that, we're going into the second ban rotation. Still, AD carry on top lane is kind of untouched yet, so we have to see. I mean, I agree, but nobody is a player. I want to believe in nobody. We can for sure make it happen. Israel now taken out, not a really strong AD carry that is still open. Let's see what the others will ban. Again, top laners could be still in the ban rotation. You could ban something like Sion, Jace maybe, depending on what you want to pick here. This would be options. Deciding for ban Akali now. I think Hitsu had some crazy Akali games, so definitely something that is not unexpected. Let's see what else they will take out here. They could take another AD carry out. I mean, they have last pick, so they don't necessarily need to ban top laners, so maybe just see another AD carry ban. Deciding here for Varus. Varus technically a flex pick right now, though I don't think you would pick it blind on top lane anyways. So he's taken out now. Nothing too crazy because he obviously has played Varus before. Last ban, a Victor. Definitely understandable. I think Victor is really good control mage right now, and Mace Gaming obviously already looking kinda into a double mage composition. Theoretically, something like Galio is still open. Not sure if you would want to pick it now. No, I'm not sure. I mean, Galio is okay-ish if you want to pick the Syndra bot lane, but you can theoretically also just pick a different bot laner since Syndra is like really good against Orianna, so we have to see. Nope, they're deciding for Galio. I'm so smart. Holy shit. Galio now secured. That kind of means Syndra is bot lane. And let's see how Malvinas will respond to that. Theoretically, they could look for Mel here, but I don't know. No, Mel would be terrible. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Corki, though. Corki I really like here, especially against a champion like Syndra. Corki is like rising in priority again. And is a really, really strong early game champion now secured. With the Shen, they should have the 2v2 lane in the bag on the bot lane. And blind pick Gnar, nothing too crazy, nothing too special. So, definitely, Malvinas having a more, more standard comp. Less what the current meta is showing. Let's see how Mace Gaming is answering the Gnar on the top lane here. They obviously have there's everything open still, besides Jace, So, Rumble. Rumble is okay here, but I'm not a too huge fan of it. They're going now into a heavy AP comp on Mace Gaming side, though I don't think Malvinas can really buy magic resistance too crazy, so it probably won't matter that much. Also, Jarvan is dealing a lot of AD damage up front, so let's see. I'm not sure. The concern that Orianna is like dead on repeat. I kind of see where it comes from, but it really depends on nobody here. I think if nobody plays the game like he's expected to be, he is a player that a lot of people would consider one of the best mid laners in the LATAM scene right now. So if he's playing like this, he can leverage his team to a complete different level. But if he will just die on repeat, then I think Mace Gaming has a more easy time. I also think they have an easy draft to kill him on repeat, so we have to see. We have to see how it goes, honestly. I think Mace Gaming probably having a bit easier time. Probably having a bit more easy time to execute a draft. I mean, it's more inclined with the meta right now, but I'm actually not sure. I think this, how do I say this? I think with the draft, how it is right now, I think it will be, the result of the game will be very telling for the rest of the series because if you have if Malvinas, if they can hold their own, if they can win, if they can get individual leads maybe on bot lane, if nobody is playing clean, then this could mean that we have a best of 5 series, it will be really, really, really interesting to see. But if Mace is just winning this game, I think I think it will be tough, you know. I think it will be tough. Yeah, I agree. You know, I'm also not a huge fan of the Oriana first pick, but like let's consider a world where Malvinas is like really happy with their draft, and I think they don't really have a better first pick anyways. You kind of don't want to first pick Corki because then the opponent team will probably just face you with another strong lane on bot lane, which some champion that Corki cannot beat. So I really think it is okay, you know. It is not good. I would not prefer it if it would be my own team, but I think considering that Malvinas Gaming might be really happy on the draft. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Obviously, nobody has to do a lot of extra this game to win, but I think considering how Malvinas played the whole season, I really think that Malvinas is already doing a lot of extra, you know? I think nobody is the player to watch here for Malvinas Gaming. He is doing a lot of extra already. He probably is really happy to play the Oriana, one of those classic teamfight mages, control mages that have a lot of potential to flip a game on its nose. So I'm really thinking they're confident. But being confident is not all. Let's see how the game goes out. We see Neo here. They're trying to look for a deep ward. So far, they cannot find it. Both teams, they're threatening here on the top side. A lot of people are there. We usually, or we are used to see both supports being roaming on the early levels. But nothing too major is happening yet. Nobody could be put under pressure by Shohari here immediately. I think it's definitely something that Mace Gaming wants to look at. Because if like nobody loses Flash, is that on repeat. So they will probably put him under a lot of pressure. Let's see. I'm also interested in see how exactly this Corki is facing into the Syndra. I think usually Corki should win this lane, but we have seen I have seen one Corki. I'm not sure who played it, but one Corki got giga gapped. So I think maybe there's some counterplay to it. Found already. Again, Corki is the champion that we haven't seen the whole split. He didn't get out buffed or anything. He just found a way into the game because he's kind of good against some certain meta champions. So I would assume he's good against Syndra, but I'm not entirely sure about it. So that's why I want to see it. The Shen, yeah, I like Shen pick here too. Shen is like a good counter pick to the Camille here, and here we see why, honestly. The taunt is just a quick lethal tool. You can cancel the Camille dash with it. You can also do a lot of peeling for the target this Camille is engaging on, especially with the W of Shen, because you're blocking auto attacks. And blocking Camille auto attacks is obviously a bit tough because she has like really strong ones. Malvinas now, they're going really deep here. I mean, they get out of it, don't lose too much for it, but very confidently playing here, Forcho and Tika. They're both going really deep. Now the fight is breaking out. Forcho here. He has no W yet, so the Camille damage is lethal. Shohari here, securing his AD carry and easy first blood. Another thing I have to mention here, I think Itzanek, I'm not sure if, is it I have to, oh my god, Hika now. With his Shen being dead, he's under a lot of pressure here. Has to use the barrier, still keeps his flash, but drops really low. I have to check actually. I have a suspicion, is this, wait. No, I'm just stupid. Oh. Wait, Malvinas have just changed their team, no? You see, they have QQ more in jungle, and Itzanek on top lane, you know? Chomo is gone. QQ more has played somewhere else before. I think it was Seven Dark? No, Zen Esport he has played. So, Malvinas Gaming actually changing their team a lot. And just today, like right before the series started, they have changed their entire roster. I have sit here 1 hour ago and you know, did my preparations for today, and they have not changed their roster yet. So interesting to see a new jungler and a new top laner coming in. It's really like I mean, maybe, you know, let's be real. the regular season ended like 2-3 weeks ago. So theoretically, they could already been practicing with the team for a month. And just made the roster change, like legally binding today. But it's still a bit, it's like now it's interesting to see. I think Kukimore has played for Zen Esport. Okay, we see a 2v2 here on the top side. It's coming in. Kukimore has played for Zen Esport in LRS and didn't look really good, honestly. Their team was also, obviously they were like, I think, 7th placed, so not that great. The top laner, Itzanek, he is a player that has played for a long time, but he was like, how do I say this? He was, he has a pause for like 2 years now. More like 1 year. I mean, he has nearly 2 years pause, actually. Has played with the Undead Gaming when they were still a thing. Was really good in 2024 as a top laner, but obviously this time is, some years ago. So let's see how Itzanek can, how he looks on his basically return to competitive play here. So far, obviously not that bad. We see Rumble having a slight of a lead, but besides that, he is okay. And remember, they have picked Rumble into the Gnar, and I think Rumble obviously should win this lane to a certain degree. So, besides that, I think both jugglers doing fine job here. Not really finding any impact yet, but this is maybe the thing we spoke about earlier. Nobody losing a lot of HP. This ultimate's fine, so Gali ultimate is coming in now. Makes his support survive it. Shuhari is like really low. They're still looking for more, but with no shockwave, I don't think they can find anything. Yeah, but the fight's not over yet here. Yeah, he's just going really deep, but I think it is too deep. Oh no, Oriana cannot secure the kill, and now nobody else to run here. Shuhari is obviously really low, but the abilities are missing. Nobody losing his flash, now kill secured from the Shen. And with that, obviously, it is a 1-for-1 trade, but nobody not getting a kill and losing his flash, kinda really rough. Also, we see Neo now, he has the potential to invade here some camps. It will probably only be one. Maybe not even that. He has to leave here. Fortress protecting Kukimore's jungle for now. So Neo is not really gaining anything besides the kill. But, now it will be interesting to see if nobody can still play after this this Andorra here in the 7th minute where he loses his flash. I would assume the next moment when the next moment where we see Jarvan ultimate, we will see a fight here now. Great ultimate from Kukimore. This is exactly why I think the Wukong is better than the Jarvan. Probably even with top laner survives Kukimore. Nice now. Finds a double kill here on the top lane. Kinda showing here with his ultimate why I think Wukong is just a better champion than Jarvan right now. Because his ultimate is just cancelling so many abilities from other meta champions like in Jarvan Dash, for example. And now he looks really strong into the game too. Gold is still basically dead even here for both teams, but a lot of trading so far. Nothing too major. Also, the first objectives are up on the map, obviously, but I think neither Dragon nor Grubs, especially not Grubs, are really that important. Shockwave now found on 2 targets, but there's nothing more in the tank here. Fortu has his taunt on cooldown, so there's nothing more that happens there. Maze Gaming will now secure the Grubs. I am not a huge fan of Grubs. You can see here if Neo slays them, he will only get like 30 gold for it. So, oh my god. Shuhari though died here. We haven't seen how, but apparently Fortu and nobody found him, and this is a kill for nobody here. It's still flashless, but 1/3 of a cooldown is already back for him, and he actually found something offensively. It's like really good here. For the Malvinas mid laner, the core piece of this Malvinas Gaming roster. I think, like even with the additions of the two new players, I think Kukimore is just, historically been not one of the craziest players, and Izanek is like on a really long pause, so nobody is definitely the key player here. One of the best mid laners in the league too. Izanek is going really deep here. Oh, he misses his ultimate here, crucially. Fletch now also invested, I think. Kinda unnecessary, no? I mean, Camille is still no ultimate. Maybe it was necessary. Camille Chari secures the kill, and with that, Isaac is just put in the dirt. Another kill going for Maze. And it's a classic Latham game. There's a lot of blood for a lot of nothing. So we have to see how it goes, how it will continue. Oriana now 2/3 of her flash cooldown are gone. Oh, Isaac left the game. How the fuck is mid-ass team with mid-ass Lou got the best mid though? I'm honestly not sure why nobody is playing there. He's not the best mid laner in the like whole league, I would say, but he's definitely on board. Let me think. I think he's better than whatever Volticon got. I have forgotten it though. He's better than he's still from Malvinas. Who has 9 CG in mid lane? Let me think. Or Mike, more let me check. Let me say what places. I mean, he's definitely not better than Alone. I think Alone and Pequest from Golden Lions and 9CG, they should be better than him. But he and Slifer from Dr. Esport Club is also good. So I think he's like top 3, top 4. While like other members like of Malvinas are definitely like they're like only top 5, top 6. So why do they have gotten them? I have to see what he has done, I think I think nobody is playing like 2 years now for this Malvinas roster or like for Malvinas in general. I think after the LLA was cancelled in the end of 2024 because nobody was an LLA player. He was not like completely top in the LLA. I think nobody was always like in the LLA he was mid, that's all I'm saying, he was always mid in the LLA. But then he just got into Malvinas and then he stayed there. I could imagine that Malvinas is maybe paying him great, I'm not sure how the infrastructure is going there, so yeah. I could imagine that they are paying him good, Yeah. He's just washed and no, I don't think so. I honestly don't think he's washed. I think nobody is still really good. I just the thing is, if I look at the LRS teams in general, like I also understand why he's in no other team, let's say. I just think Malvinas, they got kind of robbed in the offseason. I think they kind of got robbed in the offseason. Let's be real. I think where Malvinas people, because Malvinas lost a lot of players in the offseason. It all started with Bat Meow leaving, honestly. The moment Bat Meow left, it was over. I mean, Alok is okay, not too big of a lead. I think Leg also, they're all going to Dr. Esport. I think Dr. Esport always looking a bit better than Malvinas right now, but in the general scheme of things, I don't think they're standing and everything feels so mid. What do you mean they're standing? I think obviously, like honestly, I want to be real with it. I think in the LRS there are a lot of mid-looking teams, There's nothing that really sparks hype in me. I think the Golden Lions roster is really crazy, honestly. I think this one is a really good one. And I think the 9ZG roster is also really good. So those are the two things that I I mean, Malvinas is like 6th. Ah, yeah, like Latam has a lot of animal teams, you know. I mean, we have time, so I might as well just show you all the logos. Why not? Why not? There's a mosquito in my room. It is the bane of my existence. Like, you know, we have here an animal there, animal here, not an animal here, not an animal. Like, LRS has already, like, only, like, 3 teams with no animal. And then we have, in the LRN, we also have crazy, is this playoffs? No, it's serious. Yeah. Like, look. They have, like, bear, wolves, foxes, lion, and shit. It's really cool. That being said, we are back into the game. Enough yapping about team logos. We're going back into the game. I'm not sure why you have my taskbar. Nothing really has happened, right? No. We haven't really missed anything. Importantly enough, only like a quarter of cooldown left for nobody flash. Surviving his flashlessness, so far really good. First dragon obviously not done, you know, grabs are done, but grabs kinda an important objective anyways. You kinda only can use grabs if you have a champion that can consistently hit turrets. Else it's really, really not important at all. And no team really has a champion that can do that, so with that being said, both teams are gold equal, and I think neutral objectives don't matter yet, so we see now Malvinas Gaming, though, they have an initiative here on the dragon. They're also abusing the fact that that Maze Gaming has a backport timer here. They have reset it, and with that, the dragon will probably fall for Kukimore here. And interestingly enough, Maze Gaming, they have vision of this dragon, but they're trying to find a cross-map play instead here on the top side. Diving Nardo will be probably impossible with the fact that Shen has ultimate. Now a teleport from nobody is really offensive. He has no flash yet. And the tower dive already starting, but doesn't look too good. Jarvan dropping 1 HP. Yes, easy kill. Oh, he gets mega just right in time. And Wabu is dropping so low here. Shohari is also now in the turret. Maybe he gets the kill, but no Assassinato. Double secured here for nobody. 3-0 here already. And it's not just a double kill, it's already triple kill. And he's so awesome. He tries to run, but where are you running, bro? You're not escaping. But he is immediately losing his flash again. Doesn't matter, he gets another one. 4-0 now on the Orianna, and people have asked, why would nobody first pick the Orianna? And now 4-0 on the clock. He has no fear in him. He's not feeling him at all. Hika is trying to flash the ultimate, it actually works. Never mind, Hika has calculated that probably. Flashed the Syndra Q. Immediate pause again. And Insanek has to leave again. In that LRS, we usually don't have. I don't think every team, like I don't think majority of the teams have a gaming house. I think in the LRN, only Fuego has a gaming house, and not even everyone is there. You know, I think in the LRS probably no one has a gaming house. So, but nice gaming here for Malvinas. It's exactly what I want to see here from them. I think in general, just overcommitment here from Maze Gaming on this top turret. So yeah. Maybe like, I mean, what do you have against Blackfire Torch? I'm not too deep into mage items, but I think every Syndra I see is buying Blackfire Torch. There's really no expectation here, no Shuhari. Might have been a bit too deep here. In general, it's not looking too strong on the Camille yet. Needs to find his dash soon, but I mean, actually finds it. No, Kukimore just flashes forward for a kill. Secures it too. Probably doesn't need to flash there because I think Wukong, like, you know, nobody would have been there to secure it. So. Yeah, I mean, okay, that I can understand, you know. That I can understand. Aye. Nobody still has no flash. But right now there's also no one there here. He's working on his HP bar. Shohari is not there, but Fortu is still around, so. So yeah, the Oriana doing crazy. As his first item now finished already. Harald in 130 will be probably the next important objective that we will see. And so far, I think, like, there are less teleports there, theoretically speaking. So maybe it will be hard for players of Malvinas to rotate topside. What could be a strong source, but nobody is looking for a dive. Maybe though, far too aggressive here. The Shukari is just coming out of base here and gets a completely unnecessary free kill here. I think nobody, I'm not sure even why he looks for the kill in the first place, because even without Shohari being there, this was a very, very, very over-aggressive fall. Another tower dive, though. First Mace Gaming over-aggressively tower diving. Now nobody here from the Origina. It's probably not too bad, though, the window, like, where he died, because he kind of wanted to reset anyways, finish his boots. Obviously, it's very unfortunate that he's halving his Dark Seal stacks. But he's also again going bot lane. So, I mean, he kind of has to, but it makes, like, this death all the more, there's nothing good about it. I cannot say anything good anymore about it. So, yeah. That being said, we have to wait. Dragon Harald is now spawning in like 10 seconds, and we see Mace Gaming, they already have the better position. We see also QQMO is like on bot side, so the chance that Malvinas is contesting here is like relatively relatively small, sorry. But they're still looking for it. We also see nobody rotating. Here's his ultimate again. Theoretically, he has teleport again too, so he could always teleport bot lane if needed after rotating in mid lane. Nice sidestep here from Hika. He's getting the mid priority. Nobody is now there. Now let's see. Again, Harald is not hitted yet. I mean, it is hitted, but like not really losing any HP yet. We also see Itzanek is damaging the top turret still. Also resetting now. Yes, he has teleport. But I'm not sure if I like what is happening right now here for Malvinas Gaming. Mace Gaming slowly securing the area now. Now teleports. He has the top lane crest, so he will have a shield now. They could use this to play very aggressive, but he also has no rage bar. So it is a back and forth here, both teams. No one is really getting anything yet. Harald is now resetting again. No in-game engages are formed here. Mid priority now secured for Mace Gaming, and with that, we are now with so much time wasted. The dragon also now spawns, and I could just see both teams trading it here right now. Yeah, it looks like QQMO is on the Harald again, but this time Mace Gaming, they don't need to contest anymore. They have an objective for themselves. So let's see. I think a singular dragon is not that important, and Harald has to be, you have to use Harald in a way that it gets you impact. So far, it is just a trade, we cannot yet say who gets more out of it. It will all depend on how they use it. Also interesting, like, kind of looks funny that Mace Gaming has like 3 Trinity Forces, in Germany we call it Stärke der Dreieinigkeit, what means like strength of the three things. So having 3 of it must be giga broken. You don't have an item that is like... Yeah, okay, never mind, you get the point. Let's stop yapping about it now. With that, the game will probably be a bit slower here. Again, nobody has flash. Again, in general, we see some bleeds. Vicium has 500 gold lead, but kind of doesn't matter yet. If you look at the inventory, we also have like a relatively, a big lead here for nobody. If you see, he's like close to finishing Rocket Belt, while poor Galio is only sitting on his first item. I don't know who in late game though. I think late game, is I call it now. I think if the game was late game, like 30-minute mark plus, I think Malvinas Gaming will be having an advantage, because I think nobody is just that good in team fights. The Oriana will do so much in late game. Now Nard has to outplay a dive here. Uses his flash relatively early to avoid CC. Shen ultimate is also used here. They cannot really get anything, and with that the dove They dove, but they don't gain anything, while on the other side, they will get 2 turrets with this Harald. Counterplay, so really good for Malvinas Gaming here. They're gaining gold out of this. I really like to see that. Another turret secured. 2-4-0. Really good cross map. Yeah, I agree. You know, I think the peel will be enough. With the Wukong ultimate, with the Shen in general, that I think nobody will do, like, you know, they will just go bomber in the late game team fights. That's what I'm calling right now. With how the game goes right now, I'm really confident in Malvinas Gaming winning this game. I was like, in my preparation, I was already, Maze Gaming should win this game, but I really would, you know, it would be believable that Malvinas wins now, but Malvinas, maybe just as I said, they would do good. They're overstepping here. Nobody is dying immediately, not even getting his ultimate out. And Flash has to be used here from Cucumber as well. Just as I said, they play good. You know, they play like dogs. And just throw it in. They will probably also lose their bot turret for it. And bot lane turret now will be falling. Galio also resetting to go on the top fight here. Another fight where Malvinas is getting the short end of the stick. Vision gets the kill. Neo is now kinda deep here, but he can just leave again. And Malvinas. I have jinxed it kinda, honestly. I have jinxed it. Now I'm not confident anymore. Now I'm really not confident anymore, because I agree, late game, you know, scaling and such things are important, but I think especially on the teams that are not the top LATAM teams, I think they are often teams they just make big mistakes in late game, even if they have a stronger comp in late game, and then lose their games. So like you kind of see with Malvinas right now, but I think they were in such a good position to win this game, or like, you know, to get really far ahead in this game. They just make like some mistakes back to back, and no one is promising you that they won't do the same mistakes in the late game too. Now Vision though is getting attacked there. Teleport from Vamo is used though. Vision still alive. Now the Guardian ultimate is coming too, and Yukimor just finds himself too deep again. Neo now in the backline, and with that Hika will probably die as well. Shockwave is used here. Not a teleport from nobody, but it's like behind the enemy lines teleported and just immediately dies, loses his flash too. And with that Maze Gaming, they're just rolling over this Malvinas Gaming roster because they just fall apart out of nowhere. Malvinas Gaming just does like mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake, and it's all coming from over-aggression. You know, it's not even that they're like that they like, I don't know, get overstay and then get caught, or like walk into a pocket where they don't have vision and Mace is like camping them or something. No, it is always Malvinas Gaming. They're pulling the trigger and then just get rolled because they're going far too deep here. Now Maze Gaming actually has completely gold swing. The gold lead. Dragon is now also available, something that we will probably see also go into Maze pocket. And there's nothing really Malvinas can do on the other side right now. Yes, they can, you know, they're preparing some vision around Nash, but I don't really think they can do Nash, so... yeah, at least some camps are getting here for Kukumor, but I still think this is like really rough now. Yeah, Maze Gaming, they just find a way back into the game on the back of Malvinas Gaming, just throwing it. And now it's like, you know, I think still Malvinas, obviously they have a chance back into the game, but they really have to stop the spiral. If they cannot stop the spiral here, they will just, the game will be quick over. So let's see if they can stop their spiraling down, or if they just will fall apart. In general, a very unclean game, I wanna say. A lot of mistakes are made here from both teams. You know, Maze Gaming, obviously, the last 3 situations, they didn't do much mistakes, but before that, I think they did a lot of mistakes, so... I still think, you know, you still see Malvinas Gaming's players stepping up really deep for vision and stuff, so they kind of did not lose their confidence yet. They still haven't lost their confidence yet, but Their overconfidence in the past really made it hard for them to play. Yukimon now has to drop the scuttle. With that, the pink ward will probably be next on the menu. In Maze Gaming, they're reclaiming vision around Nash here. Obviously, they're in a much better position right now to look for a fight around this Nash. In the grand scheme of things, though, both teams like basically have 2 items on everyone. So, you know, so it's like, you know, even though there is a 2k gold hit right now, it doesn't matter too much, you know? Because yes, okay, your Nard is like lagging behind, okay, you know. But everyone else has 2 items, you know. And you kind of don't care that, like, yeah, okay, you know, the Syndra has a lot of more gold, but still also nobody has a lot of more gold, so both teams, they're basically dead equal. Shukimura stealing a red buff here. Gets away with it too. Doesn't even has to use anything, just can use the portal, does not get cancelled. And the game is like slowing down a bit, I think both teams now. They tested the water and the water was really blood red, you know? So now they're a bit chilling here and don't want to throw it any more than it already have been thrown. Only contesting vision, but lightly. You see they're respecting their opponents. Never mind, Neo's going in here. Could be too deep. Oh, but Hika needs to be careful. The Syndra doing some damage here. Flash is out now. Ultimate use. Shockwave. Kill is secured. And it's exactly like Seto says. The Syndra just not having enough damage here now. First kill is finally secured. But maybe already too late. Kyukimo is now going in. Finds a lot here. And they're on the run here. Maze Gaming. Another kill secured. Yeah. And he is probably not getting away with it either. Maybe he kills nobody, but doesn't really look like it. Shuhari he turned around, tried to help his mid laner. In the end, it will be his demise. And with that, the Nash could be done here. I'm not entirely sure yet. I mean, obviously they have the time window for it, but the HP bars are pretty low. But I think they should do it. Yeah, with nobody teleporting for the Nash. It should be definitely done. Yeah, it's kind of sad that you're right, you know. Syndra, she found like Vision. He found an angle on Hika really early in the fight, but Hika just, didn't care, didn't die for it. Yes, he got like relatively low. We see a fight here again. He got caught here by the stun, but then there is no damage. Syndra also not immediately ulting here. Make Hika, like, get out of it surviving, and then, like, the Nard is, like, really doing a lot here in the backline, not dying, doing a lot of damage, and the Wukong ultimate coming in. Hika basically still being full life because, Vision has dealt no damage, and now here, I think, like, Shuhari thinks, yeah, maybe we can kill nobody, but the moment he turns around, it is not, not doing anything anymore, and with that, another kill going into the pockets of Malvinas Gaming. And with that, the game is swung around here. The game is swung around here again. And the Nash is now secured. We have to see if Malvinas Gaming actually can find something with the Nash, or if that will, or if it gives them too much confidence to step up here. Hika already has no flash, gets all in now, immediately put to rest. He's not dying! Oh my god, the Syndra item build is crazy! He survives for long enough for Neo to have to overcommit here and die as well. Now Maze Gaming, they need to be careful here again. Nice get of the week here. Saves them. For now. Now they find the re-engage here. Fortu needs to flash away. Also, the Nard is really low. But it doesn't seem like Maze Gaming can get more. And it's so hurtful here to see how Seto and chat is like completely right. And Vision fight after fight is just missing like damage. He's just like missing a tick of damage he could have had if he would have built a different item. Tough Bull is not looking as tough anymore. Honestly. And with that, the fight still, it's not what Maze Gaming wants, obviously. They're just lucky that Vision is losing to Shopkeeper. And not just that, but again, they kind of did not get much with the Nash. This is, like, I think the most important thing here. They will get a dragon here, but it's, again, only their second dragon. It's not the end of the world. Doesn't really matter. And with that, both teams, they're still basically dead even. We see now 3 items secured for nobody, but 2 for Vision as well. We have those 3 items also secured for Hika on the Corki. So, the gold lead right now slightly more mattering. but it's also not the end of the world. Still more aggression from Malvinas. They're looking forward here. They still have 20 seconds of Nash. What is at least, might at least be, Shockwave? Nobody? Nobody just hits nobody with the Shockwave, huh? Maybe it's in the name, you know? But with that, their final Nash push is over, and they're not even getting a singular turret. And Gromp is canceling 40 here too. Aye. How funny is that? Yeah, I agree. Forto had a fantastic early game here. But the game is still, the game is still basically even, you know? It's a 50-50 again. If, like, you know, nobody just hits no one with the Shockwave again in a crucial fight, then this would be definitely a window where Mace Gaming can win the fight. Also, you know, at one point, Visio will have enough items to one-shot the Corki, I swear. You know, I think the next item probably is the Rabadons. And I think with Rabadons, this Corki, with Rabadons and the stacks maxed, you know, this Corki has nothing to laugh anymore. He's already going magic resistance though, honestly. Let's see what he's actually buying with the Negatron cloak. He could go... I mean, you know, he could go like just a classic tank item. I think Witsend is probably nothing we would see. Maybe Hex Drinker, you know, could be a possibility. So let's see. Now Leonardo gets forward for the turret, but has to leave his is there. Cannot really do anything against him though. I agree with you. I'm also thinking like, you know, there's a lack of damage, but I also think, you know, with the quality of the game right now, there's always the chance that even if Mace Gaming, they don't really have damage, there's always the chance that Malvinas Gaming just fumbles so hard that it doesn't matter. You know? Both of these teams, and now again, he cannot stop overstaying. The teleport might be, the double teleport might be a bit much here from Mace Gaming, and also Shuhari securing the shutdown, not optimal, but now just overstepping. Yes, it is fearless. It is a fearless series. That's why I'm so curious. Like, I think the series, you know, later in the series, it will be really fun, because I think both of the teams have quite unconventional champion pools. Especially like members on Neo's team, so we will maybe see yeah, she's gone for good now. But surely, Zoon Vision, only one stack remaining, you know, he only needs one more stack for the execute on his ultimate. If the game goes long enough, eventually it doesn't matter anymore. Or, you know, it still will matter, but, you know, not as much anymore. And let's see. Next objective is the Nash in 30 seconds. We see both teams, they're already playing a bit around it. Have secured vision now. Supports are resetting though, because they have no wards anymore. So we will see what they do now around it. As if we look at the items, we see item advantages are forming on the side of Malvinas Gaming. You know, we have like mid lane item lead, we have bot lane. No, they're kind of looking equal. A bit Syndra, like a bit ahead in the items that she has at least. But we see, for example, Izanek on the Nar here already has Force of Nature and another big Negatron cloak here. So we will see. And I think, like, you know, especially with like with Kika and Izanek going like heavy into magic resistance, it will be even harder for Mace Gaming to do anything. The Corki already was like, you know, didn't die the last two fights, even though he tanked like basically everything with his face. So with him like securing our Hex Drinker, it will be even more hard. He also has a lot of AD, so if the Mouth Mamotius is finished, his shield will be ginormous. Probably like 800, 700 magic damage big, but will do a lot here against the Syndra. So let's see. Also, Oriana is going Zhonya's now here. Shockwave again missed. Nobody. This Shockwave was really ambitious even if Neo doesn't flash, so... And, you know, it's a really important Shockwave cooldown too now, because, like, Nash and Dragon, like, Dragon always still taking 20 seconds, but 20 seconds is not enough for nobody to secure his ultimate again, so theoretically, Mace Gaming could look for a more aggressive stance now, but I think they have lost a bit of their mojo. Now they finally take a stance here at the Dragon, while Malvinas Gaming is resetting completely, so I don't think they will be in time here for contesting this Dragon. Obviously, they will be in time to prevent like any a Nash player or anything, but this is just the third dragon here secured for Maze Gaming for nothing, honestly. All of the fact that nobody kind of missed his shockwave. So yeah, let's see. Game still continues to be a bit more stale. We see now Morph Motius is finished for Corki. Sadly, we cannot figure out how much shield he actually gets from it. But definitely a really big item spike here finished. We see the Rabadons now for Syndra is also finished, so her damage with Spike also tremendously. We see Sonya's finished for nobody too, so even though the Syndra damage is like really big, it is it's getting harder to apply the damage to the carries here. Now looking at Wit's End, soon he will complete it. Oh, I really like it so far, how it's going. Kind of interesting to see what Oriena's last item will be. I would assume Rabadons. But all the items I could see as well. Now we see Malvinas Gaming. They're pulling the trigger here at this Baron Nashor. Importantly enough, the teleport is seen here. They know that Isaac teleported into it. Yes, the controller denies them vision, but you still see the teleport even in the Fog of War. And I'm pretty sure Neo had his camera there. And with that, Malvinas Gaming, they have to instantly abandon this Nash attempt, losing a teleport for nothing. Ooh. Vision here. Comes short with the scatter of the week, but Mel's Gaming, they're still going deep here. Kyukimo now finding his ultimate. Neo is really deep, but the Galio ultimate is saving him for now. Fortu still in the backline, though. His Q damage will be enough. No, Shohadi goes into the backline alone. He will be taken out. Mel's Gaming, there's no way they can follow up here. And now Isaac flashing forward. This will be the death. At least these two. Yes, he finds a crazy taunt, but it won't be enough. Syndra Vision is now slain as well. And Mamu now, he can't go golden, but he can also go to the grave. Exterminio. And double kill for the Shen Fortu here. And with that, the game should be over. There are at least 30 seconds on the clock here, and 30 seconds with that waves is more than enough here. Fortu also now tanking the turret, protecting his wave even further. Actually losing a lot of HP, but since there's no enemy alive, it won't matter. And Malvinas Gaming, just like that, the game is over. Nice find here from Kyukimo and Fortu. Finding a great situationship, and with that, the game is over. No thing to do. And Malvinas Gaming, they're securing a first one, and with that, I wanna say it, Malvinas Gaming, they can win this. They can win this series too. I wanna say it like this. No one, like, I think one person has predicted Malvinas. I also have predicted Maze Gaming, but I want to reverse my prediction and say, with winning the first game, I think Malvinas, they can win. They can and they will win. That's what I'm saying. And I'm also predicting if this game goes if this series go to 5 games, we see Asia. That's what I'm calling. If we see 5 games, then we see also nobody Asia. So, with that being said, Sido, we will have a break now. You asked for total damage shown, and we will see this in 6 minutes, something around 6 minutes, because usually they go into a 5-minute break, and then they will show some statistics and stuff about, some stuff about last game. So, I wish I would have something to eat, honestly. But game is over, we go break. And I will go break 2. I will do break 2. No replay last flight. They will show replays of it in the pause, and also they will have replays be shown after the break. I take a break too, though. So yeah, be right back. And with that, I want to announce my return as well. We had a crazy game one. And we have now replays of the game, you know. People have wished to see, you know, the last team fight. I think the last team fight we have seen in the break. Now we're seeing a bit here of highlights in the game. You can see, especially in the early game, I think Malvinas Gaming were like setting up a tone here. This was so good from QQMore and Itzanik. Like securing here the kills. Here we have another great play. After they butchered a tower dive where 4-2 just were there in completely perfect position. So yeah, we see more and more team fights, you know. Mates Gaming also won a lot of team fights. I think it was especially was on the oh my god, this was so bro Shuhari turning around here. I think Shuhari had a real stinker here on the Camille this game. Here we see the last team fight, I think only the end of it though. I think the fight started off a really good fight from QQMO and 4-2. I think I agree, Sito. You know, 4-2 could get MVP, but I think we will see soon what casters decided to give MVP to. Who to give it to. So it should be shown now. Oh no, we see game. So first we see like the stats and, you know, kind of boring, you know. I think game was a bit back and forth, you know, in the end Malvinas obviously won, but you see goal graph, you know, it was a back and forth. It was never really even. The goal sheet was also never really crazy. Only at the end it was slightly crazy, but it was when they finished, you know, so not too big mention. Both teams definitely played on an even foothold. Here we see the damage graph, and we see both AD carries didn't had too much damage, but for Syndra, you know, I mean, Syndra had nearly less damage than her Camille, you know, so ay. I hope you're happy to see this. I'm not sure, you know, it's like really tough here, especially considering that, like, you know, how much damage Shuhari did actually on the Camille. It's like, ay. China Vision not really found impact in this game. We criticized him here for his item choices. In the end, doesn't matter because he got rolled in the last team fight anyways. Yeah, that's true. She got a lot early here. I think in generally just bot side was really good for Mace Gaming, I think, early. But they kind of lost on top lane. I think let's speak about what do you think about the Nar and the Wukong, you know, because they're new players in the team. I think like they both did fine, you know, considering that they're like new, and especially considering the top laner had like a 1.5 year, like 2 year break of competitive League of Legends. He did crazy good, no? So really happy to see Itzakai here on his comeback to the competitive scene. Doing well. Really fun. We will soon have a statistic. We will soon see the statistic who's getting MVP of the game, I think. And then we will also soon go into the next game already. We can just look at the draft real quick. Oriana now out already. You know, there are a lot of Rise games, you know. Honestly, I think I have this Maze Gaming shot don't look right. They have not played that many games this split. I've done something wrong, 100%. But it's whatever. Still they have played a lot of Rise, so I would see this Rise champion be picked. What? Is it correct or is it wrong? I mean, they have 15 games plus 4 are 19. No, that's too much. Okay, let's see. And yeah, they're giving the top laner the MVP here, the Nar. Oh, you cannot see it. Sorry. They're giving Itzanek the MVP here. I definitely think it is deserved to. on the NAR and on his return on the competitive stage here. Really strong game one for him. He can be proud, honestly. Like he can be really proud. And with that, I think we're also going into the next draft here. Yeah, we're going into the next draft. With that, I will mute you guys. You're going down, and then we open the banger song here I have prepared. And with that, we're going into game 2. Nocturne band, Jay's locker band, nothing too crazy here. This time, I think Malvinas again having first pick. So Maze Gaming has chosen the red side and the last pick. So let's see. Ziggs band now as well. Victor band, nothing too crazy yet. Being taken out. Let's see what Maze Gaming here is deciding. And what is Malvinas Gaming first picking? Because last game they just hands out Ola first pick the Oriana here. No fear. Not a champion that we usually see first pick. But they didn't care. They picked it anyways. So I would assume that they might pick something, weird first too. Rise is now banned. Again, a champion I have mentioned that both teams really like to play. So Maze Gaming really wants to ban it. So it's not first pick here from Malvinas. But let's see. I'm a bit okay, Cassiopeia. Yeah, they're just looking in mid lane. When they banned Rise, I thought about it too. Maybe it's just Cassiopeia first pick. And it is nobody again. Just first picked the Cassiopeia. Yeah. Cassiopeia first pick. Let's see what Maze is entering. Last time they picked a lot of meta stuff, so I would assume they do the same. Nautilus, definitely a high priority here in the league. Not too crazy, but also like, I think it's good thing. Let's see what they pick again here. There's still like a lot of junglers open, like Lee Sin, for example. The dog Nafiri is still open, yeah. And they decide to they decide to pick Lee Sin. Let's see what else will be picked. Let's see. I think, usually you see Nafiri as an answer to the Lee Sin, so this could be something that they play. I'm not sure with QQmon's champion pool though. Right now hovering is Skarner. Something we don't see that often, and I hate how a lot of Skarner players build their item builds, but I think in general the champion is okay. You can definitely pick it. Also here, I think with Cassiopeia, not necessarily bad. Let's see. We have the owner here now. Hover 2 is a classic answer to the Nautilus handshake matchup here on the bot side. So I don't see any crazy advantages yet for any of those teams. Though Maze Gaming already having a stronger early game, and pushing early game advantages can be always a good thing. Can be also a weak thing. So let's see how they're rounding out their draft here. I would assume they pick a mid laner too, because else they they just will not find that many champions anymore. But they don't have to, AD carry also still open. They could also pick a mage that's flexible. They just pick a Kali. Hitsu Sakali was banned in the 9Z Globan series, was banned every game. Was banned in game 1 here too, and now it's open, so Hitsu is picking it actually. Maze Gaming already having an insane early game, mid game draft, where they insane early game, mid game picks. Their late game team fighting though, looking a bit weaker though. LeBlanc now banned here. Cassiopeia obviously could go bot lane. So banning LeBlanc here as an answer to the Akali. Let's see what else they ban. Bessa now banned as well. It would be really fitting into Mace's draft, another champion that especially in this mid-game skirmishes, offensive catch type combination that Mace already has, would be really good. It's not taken away. I would see them banning another champion like this, maybe they ban Renekton 2 here, honestly. Would at least can understand if they want to ban a Renekton here too. On the other side though, I'm not entirely sure, banning Cassandra. I mean, makes sense, Maze Gaming not really having any anti-tank damage yet, and you don't really play something like on AD carry that is dealing anti-tank damage in the meta right now, so banning the Cassandra definitely makes sense, because else, Malvinas Gaming could lock in a completely unkillable roster. So, I like. Let's see. Let's see what the last ban will be. Maybe again, they could ban the main, goes a bit into the direction of being an anti-tank champion that you could pick on top lane here. Deciding now for Varus here, importantly enough, Varus is a flex pick, theoretically could be played top lane. So Malvinas Gaming have to respect that now, but limits their top lane champions definitely quite a bit. Ezreal would be a strong champion here, nonetheless, I think really good with the champions they already have. I think also good against the enemies. So definitely would like to see it here for Hika. And then I think for top lane, top lane is kind of rough now. What do you think? Just send pass to the top. I mean, would be an option. But what if the Varus is just bot lane, So deciding here to go Sinch would be crazy, honestly, but I think it will be just Cyan. Yep, it is just Cyan. Obviously, Cyan is not too. If it would be Varus top lane, Cyan is not in crazy against it, but it would be fine. You can just scale and chill, and it is actually Varus top lane here, secured for Maze Gaming against the Cyan of Ethernet. I think it is fine though. I think honestly, 100%. I think the Cyan will be like bothered. Will be bothered by the. Sorry, it's Gigaloud. It will be bothered by the. No, I'm losing my words. Yeah, I think Cyan will be obviously early game. He will struggle a bit. He will be bothered by the Varus, but it will be fine. They made the most basic ass champ select. Yeah, I agree. But I think it's Malvinas, it is exactly how I would expect Malvinas to play. They have more of the standard style, more of the classic team comp. And I think a lot of why they play like this is because they kind of have the score of nobody. That is like a really old school player, and I think it shows in their drafting. But it's obviously like, a bit of a. It can be a weakness against stronger teams. But teams that are not far away from them skill-wise, they're just rocking them over with like their, how do you say, with their comfort zone. Let's see how Mace does. Mace has a lot more early aggression, one more early aggression comp. They have to see what they will do. And I have to pause the ACK music. It's actually a really banger, I agree. We can maybe have it next draft again. But for now we will have in-game sounds and the caster yipping a bit in our ears. And I think again, I think honestly I like Malvinas draft again a lot more. But Maze Gaming, they have it is on them, I wanna say. If they go crazy with it, then they win. If they don't go crazy with it, then they will lose. So I mean, obviously, it's like, maybe not the most crazy statement I have ever made, but. So let's see. When we will get into the game, I'm really confident here in Malvinas. But again, the last game was a back and forth from the start to the end, where the game was like really close together, and both teams, they kind of throw shit at each other, and at one point one team won. We see again both top laners having a support here on the upper lane. It's kind of interesting. But nothing too crazy happens here. Both supports immediately calling a reset though. So apparently don't want to stay on the top side or ganking mid lane in this early game. I do understand, it's not too crazy. So let's see. It will be interesting to see how much Vamu with the Varus can bully the Cyan. It will be really important, because at one point Cyan will be fine. We also see Ethernet is going for the Comet strategy here on the Cyan. It's something you do against range champions to trade back with them. I think it's a really interesting choice here, but not in a bad way. Interesting, I think it can work. It could also fail, obviously, but we have to see. Anything else interesting we see in Rune choice? I would say no. We see an on-it Varus too, obviously, if he would go Lethality, Varus would be completely grief. I'm not sure what you even go on top lane normally. We see nobody already putting in some pressure into the Akali. Obviously, Akali, in the early levels, she's always suffering a bit against those range champions. At one point, she bounces back because she has like a lot of sustain. And, actually it's like quite a strong laner, considering that she's melee. And has to play a lot of ranged matchups. So let's see. Let's see. Listen, now already have resetted. It's something we see sometimes where younglers just take free camps and then they reset to get an item lead and try to do something more aggressively. We see it here now. Neo is going for a red buff invade. Both junglers have smite though. Pink's going out now. Malvinas, they have vision, and Forto is the first one that moves. And Hika always can also move. Now we see maybe a freebie free red buff. It's not done yet. So 900, 600, smite secured by QQ. And now they just have to get away with it. Fortune has to lose his flash here. I think he does not necessarily need to flash here if he plays it a bit cleaner. But I think in general, I think Malvinas, they salvaged the situation great. Obviously, like Neo lost a lot of time here for this play. He lost a lot of time. You can see he has not done a single camp now. Skada is done with his clear after the stones, while Lee Sin still has like 3 camps up. So, in generally, a bit better for QQ here. I'm interested to see what QQ builds here. Akali is 9 CS. Yeah, I mean, it's normal though, right now. It is usually normal that she's like losing early. But she will bounce back at one state. I don't think. I think if give it like 3 more minutes and it will look better. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm wrong, then it's like crazy, honestly. Because Hitsu is like a really big Akali main, So yeah, let's see. I think Skana could be really dangerous here if he goes any tank build that is not Heartsteel. I think a Varmox build could be completely Goomba crazy, but I think also just going Protoplasm into the Unlanding Despair would be also crazy. But we have to see how it goes. Interestingly enough, botlane here prior secured nearly gets the first plating. In the end, it won't be done, but let's see. Game is a bit slowly again. First Dragon is spawning, but I don't think either of those teams really want to do First Dragon. We have to see how it goes. Leona is now mid lane covering. Nobody having a fantastic laning phase here so far. Puts Hitsu under a lot of pressure here. But he can really not play a lot of minion. Will be lost here. Yeah, and you see like minion after minion just dies. Mace Gaming now, they're in the area, generally more people there, so they could look for an aggressive play here. Nobody steps really far forward, but Vision now. Forto secures the ward, and Mace Gaming, they're not immediately pushing, so they're not really getting anything. And with that, they're just watching while nobody is completely kingdoming this mid lane. It must be also said that Akali kinda stabilized the position a bit. She's obviously still behind. She's not falling farther behind right now. Oh, never mind. If I say that, so just misses a crucial minion here with his E. Maybe actually nobody's just playing so clean here. He said really no chance to get anything. Has his ultimate now. Again, just in general, I think the first ultimate will be really important here. Because Mace Gaming, if the game goes like this, it's like really tough for them. Akali kinda needs a bail out here. On top lane, obviously, you could say, yeah, but the Varus is also having a lead, but he has only lead for now. At one point, the sign will be just bouncing back definitely. And then the Varus has no game on top lane anymore. And so bad the top lane matchup didn't look. Neo is still looking around, nobody here. Now the ultimate of Akali is used. But she's not getting too much. Oh, nobody is failing his ultimate. Miasma is now hitting good, but it won't save him. And never mind. Oh, he dies. Primaire genau von Neo secured. And with that, they're looking for more. They're looking for Forto and Pokemon now. Flash has been used. Histo is out of it, is chill. And with that, it's exactly what they need. It's exactly what they need. A bailout for the Akali here in the mid lane. Getting a lot of gold back. Nobody also losing his flash here. It was really risky here. I think if nobody just plays it better, you know, hitting his ultimate and stuff, then, you know, this definitely looks different and Hitsu definitely could have died here. But with how it is going right now, I think it's like really good. It's really, really good. Like to see, like to see. And now, you know, now they can, you know, now they have a window to punish it more and more, you know? Pokemon no flash, nobody no flash. So around mid lane, they can always look for aggressive plays now, as soon as their ultimates are back up. And I think they will do that too. And so I think the only really leverage right now that they have, and it could secure them objectives too, you know? Grabs are spawning in like 10 seconds, so that's definitely something that they could do. Nobody though. Still doing a lot of damage here, kind of winning the fight. Leona now is tanking the hook here, but Maze Gaming, they're sending 3 members a bit earlier, but nobody is just dancing around them. Really spacing great here. HP bars are traded, but nothing really major, you know? It is just testing the water. Yes, the objective is up, but you always have to see from Malvinas, you know, they kind of have no game here, actually, because theoretically, Vamo has priority and he's coming too. But means Malvinas, they cannot step up here, and the Leona will probably die. Never mind, Forto finds his flash here before Vamo gets the kill here. Uses his scopes, but cannot find anything, and the situation is kind of neutralized with it, but the objective will be, in the end, secured for Maze Gaming, probably. And I guess they don't really find any cross map or something. I think they could have theoretically looked for a cross map, but they're not really finding anything. Now, nice insect here. Yukimoto just survives with 1 HP, but no, nobody has to leave here. Somehow he needs to find a way out, but it looks really rough. He's getting a lot of damage, and he still is finding the kill. And I think Malvinas, they're just playing a bit too early here. There's no reason for them to play this so aggressively. Now, Forto is going in here, tries to just hold the wave and also just gets a bit of time here because Histo and Shuhari, they're not resetting, so they're losing a bit of tempo. Not the end of the world for them. They're still like feeling quite comfortably, I would say. It's crazy that nobody is still gold ahead here, honestly. Even after Histo now getting a kill in an assist, but crazy, crazy, crazy. We see Cyan, by the way, going for Karik Rukan first. An interesting choice, I wanna say. I'm not sure how nobody again in the fight here survives for now. Kyukimo is going in, teleport 2. Neo is really low, but he gets away with it. Should not die here. Top lane ultimate is used, but doesn't find anything. Two-shot barrage now will find the first one. Second kill also immediately secured here for the side of Malvinas, and they're looking for a dive. Shuhari is relatively tanky. This could be a return kill, but in the end it isn't. And 3 kills are just taken here for Malvinas, kind of unexpectedly just rolling over Maze Gaming here. They were not in a position to fight, tried it anyways, and paying the price here for it. Yeah, we will see. You know, we have different comments now in chat here about which comp is more liked. Some people were like really, oh no, Malvinas comp is really bad. Or like Malvinas comp is really broken, unbeatable, and now we have some comments saying that it's probably easy for Maze Gaming. The game though is basically that even. Both teams, they're playing a bit back and forth, and it's again, I wanna say, all 5 kills that have happened before, like so far, happening because both teams not playing good, you know? I think this is especially important looking into the future. I think, you know, even if one of those teams get further into the playoffs, I think against Dr. Ishbert it will probably be underdog no matter what. But let's see. We see first Dragon now is on the menu. We see Lee Sin Neo is on it. There's no real contention here. Malvinas Gaming obviously in the base, so they cannot really do anything about it. It's also only a first Dragon, so not the end of the world. Doesn't matter too much, you know. Malvinas can definitely give it away. It's okay. We see some pings, by the way, on the top turret here. So maybe they want to look for something, or at least Itzanek wants to look at something. But we have to see what happens now. There's still one grab on the map too, but it's kind of, you know, the grab objective is so useless that, like, it's not crazy useless. Honestly, I think it would be quite great here for the Varus. But, also think, like, Itzanek going with carry Rukan first is, like, it's not bad against Varus, because Varus also deals a lot of AP damage, but it's, like, you know, in the early game right now, it's kind of not giving him so much combat stats here that helps him too much. On the other side, we also see, like on the same side, we see Cucumber finishing his Heartsteel. I'm a really, really big hater of Heartsteel. Mathematically speaking, in 90% of the games, buying Vamox is better for you. But pro players do not care about it. Now we see Vamo being in danger. 2 tanks on him, but the Skarner ultimate so slow. Cucumber does not find it here. Ghost is enough to get away. I think if they would have changed it into, like, with Cyan ultimate, it could have been a kill here. But without using Cyan ultimate, the Skarner ultimate is just as an ability too slow to be even remotable hittable, you know. It's not even Cucumber's fault, you know. It's just, you know, there's no way a Varus with Ghost cannot just run around it. Malvinas Gaming, though, they're still looking for an advantage here. Even if they don't got the kill, they're looking in here. I have to retreat now. Oh no, they're still looking here. It's only 3 tanks, though, so Malvinas Gaming, they don't have to be scared that they will get killed immediately. Going in here, Solar Flare is used now. Cyan Ultimate is used as well. Neo losing a lot of HP, goes back in here. Vamo is also firing out of all cylinders. Nice Nautilus Ultimate, but Hika is not there. It could be important, but Vision is Vision. First kill will be Fortu, that will die on the other side, though. It is traded here, immediately 1-for-1. Shahari dies next. And now Vamo gets knocked up as 2 AD carries. They don't have enough damage yet against the tanky members. And Vision probably will get away here. Even though it's a 3v1, the HP bars are really too low for Malvinas. They even have to be a bit scared that Vision is not just maybe just running them down. But in the end, proactive play that goes into the Thames for Malvinas. But nobody dies in the 1v1 against Akali. Gunblade is pulled out. We have obviously, we only see a replay of the top fight here, and we see, you know, first it's 1-for-1 trade, Neo dies, so it's 4-2, but then Shohari is also, like, you know, he's just not that tanky yet on the early game, and, you know, while Vamo and Vision, they kind of deal good damage, they don't deal enough, and they're both very squishy, so they're getting taken out. And let's see. Importantly, though, Hiso finds a kill on the side lane. He's an Akali main. Akali was, like, last playoff series, was banned in 4 games. In the first game of this series, it was banned as well. Finally, Hiso can get his hands on this champion, and he immediately shows why it is banned all the time. Now, Malvinas again looking for an aggressive play. Solar Flare is not really hitting anything, but this time the Skarner ultimate is hitting well. We have a screen throw. Oh, no! We have a screen freeze, we are back into the game. The Skarner ultimate enters Cyan ultimate perfectly. Shane. And this time the 3 tanks doing tank business and blasting 2 kills away here. For the side of Malvinas. On the other side, nobody, though. Again, he's on the weak side and they get put under a lot of pressure here. Again, this is the pressure that Mace Gaming should have put on him in game 1-2 to secure their game. But nobody survives. Does not die. Does not lose flash here. Because Inseki is teleporting in and saving his teammate. Here we have a replay again of how nobody died here. Just his dude finds a combination of abilities and then actually quite clean here. And we find this beautiful combination of abilities again. Skarner ultimate into the Cyan ultimate into a Cyan Q. Ooh, really sexy here for Malvinas. The lead is though still not that big. You know, Malvinas Gaming is obviously like now basically 1.5k goals ahead, but it's not the end of the world. We see again Vamo now is on the menu. Nobody this time dies again to the turret shot finds it in the end. Turret will die here though, so in the end it's still a better trade for Malvinas Gaming, but I would say nobody has a rough one. Really has a rough one here in this game. It looks a bit weird here. Fortu is going on to Vision and his shield is just not expiring at any point. Mace Gaming now importantly enough finding a third neutral objective. Having gotten everything so far. They have gotten Grabs, Dragon and this Harald now. So while they are gold behind, they have more neutral objectives. And especially with Harald you can always get more gold, you know. So let's see how they put that into action. Besides that, I don't think we see anything too crazy on the item side. Everyone kind of has his first. Besides Shohari, everyone has the first items. So we could see a fight around Dragon here. We could see a fight around Dragon here. Now I think, like, again, you know, if Malvinas Gaming just takes the area, they're just too tanky right now. Kyukimo already having 2 items too. It's like 2 really great items for him too. Like on Scala especially, I think Vandal Pipes, they enhance yourself a lot too. So like you can do a lot with attack speed. That's what I wanna say. With Gaming now they're looking for the weak side play or like for a potential trade here, using Harald top lane to just get some gold back, but they're not even getting the turret. Oh no, this is like not really that beneficial for them. Yes, they get some platings, but they still lose a dragon for it, so not really getting anything here. No value is gained for Mace Gaming, and with that they're slowly falling behind. Obviously it's not the end of the world because we have seen Malvinas Gaming throwing games before already, but if Malvinas Gaming is not throwing it, it will be really hard here for the side of Mace Gaming to look back. Now Shohari is a bit on the menu here, gets away with it. Now they chase Neo. They cannot get too deep here. Silver ultimate is now used as well. As soon as the Silver ultimate is over though, we might see a re-engage from Malvinas Gaming if they find an opportunity for it. But so far it doesn't really look like it. They want to push mid lane again, but pushing mid lane against Silver is like not really that easy. So they just relieve the situations. Malvinas, they're still pushing here far in. Cassiopeia ultimate now missed. So is the Skada ultimate. And with that, Mace Game, they can really deep. Kyukimo, there's no way he's surviving. That Cyan is though coming in here. 4-2 is also soon there, but not early enough. Nobody will be just killed. And now the tanks, yeah, they are there, but they're not really in any strong position here. Probably they will actually be dived here. Shohari is there. The turret also really low. Neo is now in early as well. 4-2 here. He is getting killed, definitely, I wanna say, but he's still getting arrived. Two-shot rush is missing here. And only Cyan will be slain in the end, and the turret will be gained. So this is exactly what I mean, you know. Malvinas Gaming, they were ahead, but then they just play too aggressively again, missing both crucial ultimates here of Cassiopeia and Skada, and then they just get rolled. And the gold lead swings back into Mace's favor. Nash is now spawned. I think theoretically Malvinas Gaming has a really good Nash, but I don't think we will see an early Nash. Especially if we see a pause now. We see a pause and we have to wait. Sorry. I misclicked with my mouse. Didn't want to. Yeah, we have to wait again. The game is basically that even. We have 20-minute mark, you know. Kill score is basically even. Gold is even. On the neutral objective side, Mace Gaming slightly ahead, though they didn't really got anything with Harald, neither grabs. You know, so you could say they're even there, basically dead even. So yeah. Yeah. Now we're going back into the game. Basically a 50-50. It will be interesting to see who's getting the longer, you know, winning the longer game. I think both teams, they have things that speak for them and things that speak against them. In general, I just think it will be hard to kill the tanks later on. And Scala will be, with the item path he's choosing right now, he's kind of threatening, to everyone. So let's see. Visio now is getting dove, has to use cleanse, but with cleanse it will be fine. But in the end, he loses cleanse, so. And with that, we see. With that, we see. Malvinas Gaming, the game is like, it is so. I don't want to say boring, but nothing really is happening. Malvinas Gaming now trying to get a mid turret, maybe a bit overstaying, but Yukimo is just so tanky, doesn't matter. Finds an ultimate only on the tank, though Sign is coming in now. Great ultimate from him here. He is finding a knock-up also on the Sivir, but probably not more is gained. Fortu is like really low, but it doesn't matter. He will not die. Isanek, I cannot speak this name out. I'm sorry. Itzanek is also like really tanky, so also not threaten it at all. Midline turret is traded though for it, so kill for turret. I think it's basically a handshake trade again. So it is basically an equal trade again. We have to see. Next dragon is spawning in 1 minute, so this will be maybe a moment where it's more interesting, though it's only a single ocean dragon. Obviously getting ocean soul, I really like Ocean Soul, honestly. Let's see. Game is like really close, but 30 seconds on the dragon. Let's see. I think like in general speaking, we have to wait.
El daño le aplique todos al mismo tiempo. Entonces, va a haber un tanque principal y otros que te van a estar apoyando. Hay que ver cuál focusear. O sea, eso yo creo que también tiene que empezar a...
The fighter on the string is not that important. Yes, I like the school, but a single ocean ring is like really unimportant, You kind of don't need an, ocean dragon is like really not important. We see, Malvinas Gaming actually looking for a Nash here. Again, I said they have a lot of DPS, but the dragon is already kind of done, so Silver Ultimate now used, they're running at it, and now it will be seen what they can do. The Nash is on 5k. It could be slain before they're there. Oh, stun here. Solar Flare is used really well, and Malvinas Gaming just getting away with it so far. They're not out of it yet. They're still, but they're in a good position. Yeah, they're out of it. Well, nice play. Really getting a Nash here for a single ocean dragon that is basically worthless. Now they have to do something with the Nash too. I mean, obviously you get like 800 gold from just doing it, but this is not enough. You want more. So let's see how they can use their siege. The wave clear is not the craziest, so sieging could be a bit of an issue. But on the other side, they they don't have really that much potential. On the other side to tank, you have a lot of damage, but you don't have a lot of, peel, a lot of tankiness. So theoretically speaking, Malvinas Gaming could just dive them with the tankiness. But let's see how it goes. This top lane turret should be definitely the first on the menu. It's already really low. We see Malvinas Gaming there taking vision here on the top side jungle. And the pings are coming out. There could be a fight even if Maze Gaming will stay here. And we see some recalls channeled, but they're not through yet. Oh no, they're staying. This could be a fight. The turret is also really low, Oh, whoa. Hika, he knows that they are there, but they're finding something else. Shuhari is just stepping into the fog of war and dying, and Hika, he knows. Oh no, they're not getting out of this. Oh no, turret is now down. Fortu is coming from the other side. We see Vamu teleporting away, but his 2 is already on it. He's ulting away, gets out, and so is Neo. Maze Gaming, Neo gets Cyan ultimated. Will probably not escape here, actually. Like, surely he's not escaping, right? Yeah, no. He's not escaping. Still, I think Maze Gaming, they kind of get out of it with... Oh, this ultimate from Vamo came a bit late, but it might not be mattering. Hika still losing a lot of HP. He's overstaying. Mace Gaming getting far better out of the situation than they should have been. Now Forto is there. Solar Eclipse is hitting. So is the knock-up from Cyan. Now, the Skana is also coming in there. The first kill is secured. Histo is no ultimate anymore. But now Vision is coming too. So is nobody. Histo's losing a lot of HP. He's basically out of the fight. Cannot continue the fight. Fight is now going to two fronts. Histo is also losing his flash here. And Shohari again will be slain off. He just respawned, immediately dies again. And we've had another top lane which should be on the menu as well. It is not looking too clean here for Malvinas Gaming, but in the end they get a lot more with it and they still have the Nash. So, oh, why is it not taking the turret? Okay, never mind. They're not getting the second top turret. Still, they're getting more gold of it. So, but the gold lead is still not that far that it that matters really, you know? It's not really mattering too much, so... definitely Mace Gaming, they still have a way back into the game. Though I must say, you know, they have no real anti-tank damage, you know. Yes, Silver, you know, she will soon get her last Whisper, but I'm not sure if, I mean, she has already last Whisper, her anti-tank item, like, fully. You know, I think Lord Dominic's must be the item that she buys here. And we also have, like, a Black Cleaver on the Leeson, you know. So technically there's a lot of anti-tank damage there on the item side, but I don't know. I don't think the champions are enough here. And with that, Malvinas Gaming, they're on the best way they could be to another upset here in the lower bracket. Dr. Esport already yesterday upset at Volticons, and now it could be another upset for Malvinas Gaming here against this Mace Gaming roster. Would be very crazy, honestly. But let's see. There's still potential, but I think, you know, for Mace Gaming to coming back, I think Malvinas Gaming, they kind of have to really fumble it. We see Neo here fighting against the Cyan, and yes, Cyan is, like, leaving the area, but he's not really getting any damage, you know. Oh, Solar Eclipse again hitting Shuhari, is getting catched up again. Really another bad game for him already on the Camille. He looked really, really rough in game one. Now on Nautilus, he's also really struggling. Neo, maybe find something. This could be an insect. This insect is crucial here. Rika gets slain immediately. And now Cyan is also on the retreat, but Cyan is not dying. He's actually going in again. Vamo is finding an ultimate, but doesn't matter. Nobody is not threatened here. Maybe Vamo still don't die here. Let's see. Neo gets away. Ultimate of nobody is not hitting again, but it won't matter. It matters actually. Neo, 1 HP, still not away with it. In Malvinas Gaming, they have to be on the retreat. Finally, the damage might be just enough to kill the tanks. Nope, it won't. Again, a bit crazy for Malvinas Gaming here. Losing 2 members after killing Shohari, so it's a 2-for-1, but and with that, another dragon will be secured here for the side of Mace Gaming. It is their third. I mean, theoretically, Kyukimo is in the area, but I don't think he can do anything here. I mean, they're still trying. Nobody is going in here, teleporting, finding a kill. The dragon is secured though, but the kills could be... Oh no, they're not on the same page though. Kyukimo finds an ultimate, but there's no damage back here. Nobody just gets stunned. It's another horrible situation. Da Assassinato double is secured here, and the Cyan will probably also not getting out of it. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Malvinas Gaming, they're just throwing it at Mace Gaming for nothing. And with that... And with that, Malvinas Gaming, they're throwing it back at Mace Gaming. Every time where I think, you know, Malvinas Gaming, you know, they have it in their hands, they just throw it back at Mace Gaming. But for Mace Gaming, this also is not, you know, for Mace Gaming, this is also not just won the game. It's still really tough for them to execute this game flawlessly. In 4 minutes, if they get, like, the soul, this could be, you know, could be really good. Neo is going really deep here. Has his teammates there too, but it doesn't really matter. It's only a flash committed. He has to flash away too, so. So let's see. The game is basically, you know, I think still Malvinas, they're kind of having a bit of an advantage, you know. But if they play like this, you know, they still can lose this game. It is a bit like the first game. You know, it's a bit like the first game where Malvinas Gaming also kind of had the, you know, they had the cards in their hand, you know, but they kind of fumbled it, putting them on the table, I wanna say. So let's see. Nash is now up, you know, both teams like Malvinas especially is playing really hard around it. We see a lot of damage from VC on here. It's leading the damage chart by a lot. So Vision is also the star player of Maze Gaming, one of the best AD carries in the league here. Maybe the third best AD carry in the league here. Having 3 items too, soon 4 items. The 4 item power spike will be really important for him. But now, Malvinas Gaming, they're finding a fight forward again. Nautilus ultimate is delaying nobody by a lot here. Another ultimate is hitting, and now he's hitting the backline. But he cannot get enough here. Nobody's 1 HP. But he cannot fight here anymore anyways. Even if he would have survived, Gunblade will find the kill. Hisu will be slain in the end too. But so far, the fight is looking better for Maze. Another kill for them. Enka is not hitting here. Would have been crucial here. And with that, Maze Gaming, they're winning another team fight here. And if Malvinas, they're not carefully enough, if they will die here, this could be the end of the game. But Hika is playing with so much confidence, but at what cost? His jungler already dead. He's heading by a hook and they're just throwing it. Oh no. He's just throwing it, and with that, Maze Gaming, they just win. Malvinas Gaming, they're finding, like, they're fumbling crucial moment after crucial moment, and with that, the game is over. Maze Gaming, they're bouncing back into the series, but I must say, it doesn't look clean at all. It is on the back of Malvinas Gaming 2-inting this situation. But Maze Gaming, their playoff streams, they are live, and they're finding a way back into the series. GGVP, it's equalized now. 1-1 for this game in the series. With this game, it's like really hard for me to say who actually wins the series, you know? It's like, I want to give it to Malvinas so bad, but they're like, bro, what are they doing, mate? What are they doing? They're just... yeah. It's really sad, honestly, to see. But with that, we will soon go into a break, you know, and then after the break, we go into the third game. This series definitely has the potential to go all the way to 5 games, because both teams, they're not, you know, they cannot clearly show who's better than them, because they're both trying to lose, I wanna say. Maybe some of those teams, you know, like, you know, it's like a long series, you know, it's a best of 5, so it can be that one team will just be more confident into the long series and then get out of it, so yeah. It is best of 5, correct. It is best of 5, we are 1-1 right now, so there are at least 2 more games, maybe even 3. I would think 3 could be actually happening, because, like, you know, both of those teams, those games, they were really on equal footing, you know? So, nonetheless, with that being said, I will send us into a short break. I will take this break too, you know, because I want to have a pause with yapping. You know, I already yapped so much. Be right back.
Regresamos por aquí, mi querido Yeti, después de lo que fue la partida por parte de Mace. Y ahora sí, vamos a tener serie 1-1, va el marcador para este momento. Y eso no significa que Mace vuelve a la carrera y de a poquito Malvinas ahí como que va a tener que cambiar su estrategia. De todas maneras, yo siento que fue una partida bastante pareja. ¿Qué opinas vos, Yeti?
Sí, de hecho, por momentos yo pensé que se la llevaba Malvinas nuevamente, pero Mace fue muy resiliente y apeló en algún momento a la escalada de Vision. Creo que fue clave en la participación de Neo, empezando por aquí, cómo consigue la primera sangre y fue muy clutch. O sea, hubo varias jugadas en las que encontró, por ejemplo, patear a Kika, lograr matarlo rápido, fue clave. O sea, por más que la comp veníamos resaltando que la Malvinas era más fácil de jugar, la de Mace tenía esos puntos altos en los que si Neo encontraba una patada, si por ahí Hitsu encontraba un buen flanco, podían romper.
No, hey, I took a bit longer. I'm sorry, I searched something to eat. I have returned. I want to say thank you for following. Everyone who follows, is appreciated. Everyone who views is already appreciated. I'm doing this all here, honestly, just for myself, because else there would be no English coverage of the. Wait, I have to mute me myself once. Because if I would not do it, then there would be no one doing it, So yeah. I appreciate everyone that supports me, even though with just a view, because it makes me really happy. I'm a big fan of Latam Tier 2, and I hope that with those streams I can give, something back to the community in a certain way, And like strengthen the community as well, because it's like really hard. Obviously, the fandom of like Latam that isn't also speaking Spanish is like really small. But I still think, I think Latam deserves the English cards because there are also a lot. Holy shit, Lycian damage! Wow. Because like Latam, there are a lot of people speaking English in Latam, So I'm sorry that I have to eat something nearby. I don't know. I had nothing to eat today, and the stores obviously already closed because in Germany it's middle of night. And I found like a really old bag of nuts, And I'm now have to devour a bit before we are going into the next game. I think like the series is like really hard to predict now. If considering how this last game ended, it's like really hard. It kind of feels like a bit both teams are throwing shit at each other. And at one point, the death timers are just long enough that the team that gets ace just loses the game immediately. Even though the gold it wasn't that crazy or anything. I think here's completely the same, Malvinas Gaming, they were really in charge of the game, and then they just lost 1-2 situations. Lost their gold lead, but they were still equal in gold. And then just got aced once. And GG. Kinda crazy. Again, I was thinking that Malvinas Gaming is like the weakest team of the top 4, and kinda still feel like it now that they are in the series. I'm seeing them play. I also think Malvinas is definitely worse than Dr. Esport. So, I mean, obviously, whoever wins the series, they have I think 1-2 weeks time to prepare, to get their shit in check. Because I think those teams are not necessarily bad. Because I think the mistakes that they do, they are very easy avoidable. So even 2 weeks, they could fix a lot of it if they have the right coaching stuff, the right work mentality and stuff. Because again, you know, I think the mistakes they do, yeah, they look like really funny and they look really bad too. But it's not like that big of a deal. Give me a second. Okay, we will try the LCK music now. The LCK draft music, and we are back into the series here. Game 3, Maze Gaming. This time having first pick, the first time of the series. Maze Gaming on a first pick. We see similar bans here, Bit Nocturne, Jace, Locker, Evi is added to the ban pool. Nothing too crazy. Yet another Rise ban. Rise is a champion that is really liked by both mid laners. He's taken now out as well. Even though theoretically Maze Gaming could have first picked it, but apparently they don't want to have something else in mind. Let's see what it is. On the other side, there's one more ban. You could ban honestly a lot, so I'm not sure. It's a bit depending what Malvinas does not want to face right now. Ziggs, yeah, makes sense. I think probably the best bot laner that's still open, so definitely makes sense that it's banned now. Victor first pick here. Yeah, this is really good. Victor is especially good because it's a flex pick. Has a really high win rate in the LRS too, so definitely like to see that here for either Visium or Hitsu. Let's see how Malvinas Gaming is answering this. Let's see how they're answering this. I mean, you know, something like Naafiri is still... Oh, guys, I'm so smart. I was like, I had it in my head and then boom, Naafiri picked. Yeah, something like Naafiri is still open, you know. They could also pick, you know, like Rel, Alistar is still open. They count, like, you know, Alistar kind of counters Rel, but Alistar blind pick is kind of ass. So maybe not that, you know. Bard is still open too. But you could still also just pick an AD carry here. Or another mage. Both are options. Let's see. They're deciding Seraph. Seraph is a champion that we have seen. It's like also slowly coming into the game. I had today in solo queue a Seraph that was completely 1v9ing, so champion definitely good now. Trundle picked as an answer to the Naafiri. I think it's definitely not the best, but playable. But on the other hand, I think it's a really good champion like to just picked here. But this also means that Malvinas Gaming can now pick a support without any fear of anything. They could also pick top lane theoretically and ban 2 top laners counters, but I think picking support here just makes the most sense. Let's see what it is. If they would pick Lulu here, it would I would assume that we see a crazy AD carry pick. Yeah. Kinda don't think we will see it. Holy shit, this LCK draft music is a complete turbo banger. Holy shit. I mean, see Pantheon picked here. Pantheon theoretically a flex pick. You could play top lane, you could play jungle. But with Naafiri already picked, you know, I kinda don't think it will be top lane. So... we have to see, we have to wait. At one point we will figure it out. So yeah, we have to see. LeBlanc is now again banned, this time from the other, like this time against Hitsu, so both teams are confident on this champion. Let's see what David else take out. I think more bot laners, you know. No, I mean not bot laners. Maybe top laners too, you know. Top laners are still open. Yeah, Rennick taken out. You could also just look for something like Yorick, theoretically. Yorick is obviously a more specific champ, but you could take it out. Something like Zahin is maybe interesting to be banned here as well. Theoretically, you could also look for an On, though I don't think On is too good here. So... don't think that would be banned. Let's see what else we see. You know, mid laners are still open. We could see more like assassin champions being banned. Hitsu just had a really crazy game. Yeah, and with that, another assassin champion is out. Aurora has a lot of one-shot potential, but also a really good team fighter. So, taken away now. Let's see. Another pick for top lane. Yeah, no. No, sorry, another ban for top lane. I wanted to say, and yeah, it is Vayne banned. Obviously, you can play Vayne bot lane, but I don't think Vayne bot lane is something that a lot of teams would look into right now. Probably has not too many good matchups down there. Let's see. I think a blind pick has to be happening here. I'm not sure what you want to do. I think AD carry is the better blind pick, but I'm also not sure what you want to pick here. Maybe Caitlyn is okay, yeah, I could see. Deciding to blind pick top lane though. The Ambassador now secured. That also means that Mace Gaming, they have to reveal their flex pick. Is this Victor either bot lane or mid lane? It has to be revealed. The Seraph as a champion can be played also both mid lane and bot lane. So potentially interesting pick. Yorick now. I have spoken about the champion that you could have been banned. I think definitely a fine pickup. Not too crazy against the Ambassador, but also not too weak against the Ambassador. Can do fine, can lose, can win. It's okay. Let's see what else they're picking. I think with Viciol already having the Victor, it will be a mid laner, right? Will be another mid lane champion. I'm not entirely sure what you would want to pick. No. Oh no. Never mind. It's Jin. I'm sleeping. And immediately the Twisted Fate is hovered here. Twisted Fate, a champion that we have seen in like the last 2 weeks, you know. I think Malvinas, they already have played it once. I'm not sure if nobody or the top laner has played it, but they have at least played it once. So let's see. I mean, obviously this time it will be mid lane if it would be picked, but they're deciding against it. Picking a Misfortune here, not really the best draft for Misfortune. Misfortune also quite volatile towards champions like Trundle and stuff, so not sure if I like Misfortune here too much, but it is now picked nonetheless, you know. Nothing we can do against it. We have to live with the consequences of this pick. So no, Caitlyn is picked, but I think we will see Caitlyn probably next game. I'm quite sure that this champion will be picked, you know. It is a very good champion right now in the meta. I will take a big... I will eat some nuts 1 second.
No sé qué opinas vos.
Y es que también la Misfortune es otro champion que con el ulti pues es susceptible a que el bardo se lo cancele. O sea, si Shuhari simplemente está guardando su definitiva, no va a permitir, ya sea que Hika o que no Body pues pierdan ese protagonismo de sus definitivas. Vamos a ver cómo lo termina usando la escuadra de Mace, que ahora ellos son los que como que se cambiaron los papeles. Ahora es Mace el que va con la composición estable, la composición tal vez que escala mejor. Así que vamos a ver si le rinde frutos este tercer juego.
Mira, compañero, como que acá podemos analizar mucho, pero en definitiva lo que de verdad demuestra a qué viene a jugar cada equipo es la grieta. Así que nosotros no tenemos mucho más que decirles, estamos en el tercer juego. Este sí ya empieza a ser un poquito más definitorio para uno de estos dos equipos. Así que nos vamos a ir con nuestros casters, mi querido Yeti, porque esta tercera partida arranca pero allá arriba. Vamos para allá. Palabras, Koala, me robó las palabras. Mace, es que ahora Mace literalmente es el equipo que tiene la compo ganadora, entre muchas comillas, o no sé si ganadora, pero sí más fácil de aplicar en ciertos aspectos, o sea, es más counteriable y es muy propio también del lado rojo. Entonces tienen cómo frenar definitivas de Mi Fortune. El simple hecho de tener esa definitiva de Bardo les da un montón de creatividad a la hora de pelear. Tienen mucho CC, tienen muy buen escalado, tiene hasta un split butcher ahí que es el Yorick, entonces
okay,
lo veo
I'm here again.
Malvinas,
I'm not sure about this game, you know. I'm honestly not sure. I'm not a huge fan of Malvinas Gaming having 2 immobile champions again that like are also stationary in their ultimates. I like the top lane combination, like, you know, Ambassador Nafiri is kind of fun. Not necessarily bad, you know, Seraph, Pantheon, Nafiri, Ambassador. I think they synergize really well together in a really awkward way. On the other side, we have I'm not sure, honestly. I don't really like both comps, but I dislike Maze comp more. It kind of just feels like it feels a bit like, oh yeah, we have picked champions. You know, we're like in solo queue and you just pick your champion. A bit like this it feels. Obviously it's not like that, but at least it feels for me a bit like this. So I honestly would favor Malvinas Gaming again this time. But I think like with how Malvinas played before, I don't know. You know, it's really hard to guess. It is really, really so hard to guess who is better. Like, like the thing is, predicting this game is completely pointless, honestly, because this is like, you know, this is like perfect, you know, coin flip. We can speak about the draft, you know, we can speak about which team has advantages and when, you know, but I just have, I just have the feeling this it doesn't matter, you know. It doesn't matter really. It's whatever. It's completely pointless. The game will go like for 30 minutes. It will be 30-minute game. Where both teams are basically dead even. And it's like, you know, team A throwing, then team B throwing, and it's going back to back to back to back until some team throwing so hard that they lose. That's what I'm predicting here. Nonetheless, we're going into map 3. Both teams, they're probably eager to prove me wrong. And I have a dominant showing here. This series, we are going into the third game. It's a bit rough so far, both games, you know, that we have seen so far. I think there were more Malvinas favored than Maze Gaming favored, but Maze Gaming just won last game, you know, so it's exactly what I mean, you know, it's like we're probably a bit pretty even until it's over. And now we see Maze Gaming. They're invading again, playing really aggressively here. They're not getting spotted yet. Now Shuhari gets spotted, but Shuhari is alone. Oh, but Nafiri Kukumor is here. It is a contention. It is a rare Season 16 Jungle Leash here. Now they're committing on Fortu, but Fortu gets support by Hika. Shuhari dropping low. So is Fortu. Neo is now there to flash use, but not getting away. Our attacks already on the way, and with that, the objective is secured. And with that, also Kukumor will fall. And Maze Gaming, they just stand up and run over them. Wow. I know that's not just about the champions, you know, but I think both teams, they play equally bad. Honestly. No, maybe not equally bad, you know, but I think both teams, they are equally good at throwing, you know, so with that though, Maze Gaming this time, they're immediately from the beginning of the game saying a very strong language. I think Maze Gaming's best, you know, they should stomp Malvinas Gaming, but they are so far don't look like they are at their best, so maybe they're just logging in now and running them over, but I still think this game, even like this looks right now, like really rough, you know, I don't think the game is over at all. We have to see. We have to see how it goes. How the future will go. If they don't make any mistakes, they can snowball this game. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it's Maze Gaming you are talking about, you know, so I don't think we will see a flawless game here out of them. And with that, we will probably have a bit more back and forth again. For now, it will be obviously Maze Gaming favored, but you know, the goal is not so crazy. We see on bot lane, they're kind of pushing already the lead. They have not even bought items yet, so in the future, it will probably be even worse for the Malvinas bot lane. But right now, it is fine. 1 second, please.
Que hace, bueno, hasta el año pasado creo que era promesa, ¿no? Ahora ya se ha consolidado un poco más, pero de la nueva generación como lo es Neo y está
Okay, whatever.
Cuidado con Vision porque
I had some technical issues, but... And with technical issues, Malvinas just secures a kill. I haven't seen it because I had some tech issues here with my lag. But it doesn't matter. Malvinas Gaming, they're not waiting for me, but so is Neo going in here. If he finds a good pillar, this could be it. But he needs to use his pillar even defensively, so he could be dying here. The trap also doing some work here from Vision and securing Neo's life. But I think the situation could have been like really bad for Malvinas Gaming, but in the end, they don't care. They just staying safe and not getting pressured anymore. Now we have to, it's again back and forth. Nobody's on the menu. I think nobody has a really rough last game and he's getting immediately pressured again. He's keeping his flash again. Classic nobody. Keeping his flash until the last second. I mean, it's really important for him here too, because without flash, he's kind of free kill against champions like Bart and Trundle, they can just run you down if you don't have flash here on a champion like Zeref. So keeping it is technically really good. Also keeps his ghost, usually we don't see, I have never seen Seraph with ghost, but I think it is, in this game, it's kind of necessary, because, the worst that Mace Gaming can do is, run at you. And so you can just run away, Makes sense, right? If an enemy is running fast, you just have to run faster. It's also a tip if you're ever, if you're ever in a situation where you have to fight for life and death, and you cannot just, maybe you're getting robbed, but you cannot just give up your money, so, some reason they want to, attack you or something, then, best self-defense is just running away. And nobody, he's popping the ghost and exactly doing as I preached, just runs away. Now he's fighting back, though he found the gun in his pocket after run away a bit and shoots a bit at Neo, but Neo also obviously not in any position where he's threatened here. On the other side, though, Vision, he's flashing forward. Finds out it takes one more, must be it. The nade and the fourth shot will be enough. Vision takes a kill here. I'm not even sure how he got into the position in the first place. He was did he just camp the bush? Must be, no? Must be bush camping. Made it really long, and we see a lot of attention still around mid lane. Theoretically, you want to play around mid lane because, nobody is really immobile, but both teams are threatening, spending so much time here. Again, we see a bit more forward play. Neo losing a lot of HP. Ultimate is now used from nobody. His one shot too less. Now 40 flash forward, but his spear was just answered by another flash from Neo, so he survives. And we have the game, it's really, really fight intense right now, but not too much happens yet. Still though, all over the board, Mace Gaming having a slight gold lead. But with this push, I think nobody should bounce back into the game. Also, Hitsu is really low. Needs to be careful here, actually. One more Q could be it. Nobody, though, cannot really reach him now because Shohari is there. But funnily enough, if you, with Seraph, if you, he has no mana right now. But if you hit champions with your passive, you get more mana than you would get if you hit minions. So nobody with Shohari's attention here, but Forte is just stepping up, dying for no reason. Oh no. It's crazy. Now we see bot in another situation where he's playing forward, but Neo is there. No way he's getting there anything. Kills in the end, donated to Vision and Malvinas Gaming. It kinda looks like they're just rolling over here. They really start getting clapped here all over the board. But it does not have to mean anything yet, I think this is definitely the clearest we have any team see playing, in early game. Yet, but obviously Mace Gaming, they can just be, they can still get back into the game. We see, especially interesting will be when they can use different ultimates together, Pantheon ultimate and Seraph ultimate as global with a Ambessa ultimate and Nafiri ultimate, so Malvinas Gaming definitely have still a lot of potential to get catches back into their pocket. But, so far strong showing, from Mace Gaming. A bit more looking like we have expected beforehand. And now Mace Gaming, they're also securing this Grubs here. Grubs usually an objective where I say it's kind of useless, but if you have a champion like Yorick is one of the rare champions where I say having Grubs is actually valuable. But Malvinas Gaming, they're now looking for a fight, but the Bard Portal is just enough. Insane just misses his ultimate. Yukimo is actually going through it. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not a good idea. He will be killed. Mamu flashes forward, loses a lot of HP here, but There are just not enough members. Now Pantheon is ulting in here again, but Insanek is also flashing away. Shuhari is using the portal here, but might not be to his advantage. Sidestep's not good enough. Uses his W to lose move and not to heal himself, but loses a lot of tempo while doing it. Another 1-for-1 trade here. Trundle kills the Misfortune, but get killed in return. And with that, yes, it is a lot of back and forth, but in the end, the objective goes to Mace, and like the situation also quite a big. So yeah, I wanna say, you know, oh, what? Fortu just also died here. Aye. With that, Mace Gaming, they're pushing the lead a bit further here. I like to see it. Really like to see it. I really hope that Mace Gaming keeps their form here, because like how they looked in the first 1-2 games was kinda like rough. And if they will continue to be like that, I don't think they would have any chance at this playoffs. But if they continue playing like this, you know, he's using his ghost to get away from the Chaos Storm, will get away too, but again loses the Summoner spell, losing a lot of mid priority. In general, just getting put under a lot of pressure here. Yes, he hasn't died so far, but definitely pressure. Now we see Vamu working at his turret with the grab buff, with his Maiden, you know, and with the power of Demolish and Crystallization. You know, his turret pushes are really lethal. Fortune now holding the mid wave here. He's just kind of around here to put pressure in, but there's no topside objective really. Yes, they can look for invades maybe, look for vision, but nothing more. I can also look for a top dive here. I mean, that Mesa has no flash, so she's definitely targetable. But I don't think necessarily it is a crazy good idea to dive down Mesa, because this champion is just so mobile. He just really tries to get the ward, gets it not in the end. Shuhari is now on the receiving end here. Loses a lot of HP, uses the portal, but Seraph immediately ulting here. But Shuhari, nobody. The thing is, like, the issue is just he has to be stationary for his ultimate, and this gives Zetsu the possibility to just walk up and cancel the ultimate. He obviously didn't cancel it with his, like, W or something, but he canceled it with his damage. Pressure. So, nice to see. Mace Gaming, you know, they're still bolstering their lead. They have not found a way to grow it now. But 4-2. I played really aggressive here. I think, like, always. Oh, nobody. Oh no, he uses flash though. So good from nobody. But again, it's not a summoner spell used. Yes, he's surviving. It looks clean too. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. Fortu has no flash anymore, so no way he's reaching his to here. They say. And I think just in general, you know, he's still not dying, you know. He's just, I don't know how he does it all the time, absorbing so much pressure. Without also, like, you know, he's also not significantly behind for the pressure he's tanking. So, really interesting to see here from him. Let's see. Turret here maybe killed by Vision. Oh, he cannot kill it yet. Next wave is possible an option, but you know, with Malvinas Gaming members coming out of the base, I don't think he can really look for it. Which I'll probably take this wave and reset. Already has a Storm Surge, but in base he's probably getting a lot more now. Let's see what exactly he can get. But technically he could get something like maybe not a BF or something. Maybe his boots finished. He bought the cloth armor, sold it for crit. Oh, that is not the craziest backport I've ever seen. Crit cloak here right now is kinda don't changing anything. Let's see. Next Dragon is around here though, and still having first items before the members of Malvinas Gaming have will be important. Neo now going really deep here. He has no summoner spells. No way he's getting out of it. Just gets run down by Neo, and now 4 to the next on the menu. Bart ultimate is not really hitting. Misfortune ultimate is hitting good, but the pillar is just cancelling, and this is exactly what I mean in a draft. And I thought, yeah, I don't know. Misfortune is like, you know, you kinda get just fucked by Bart ultimate or like a pillar. You know, yes, obviously Shohadi missed his ultimate here, but doesn't matter. You still have a pillar, and with that, kill again secured. Enter Dragon should be secured as well for Mace Gaming, and they're just showing a strong game here. We see it again. A good catch here. Neo just traps them in the position. Then Shuhari finding a double Q. Yes, his ultimate misses. You think now maybe the Misfortune ultimate could return kill Neo, but the pillar is just there, secures his life, secures this dragon in the end as well, and we see the Trundle now also being really strong. Same for Vision. We see some top lane fighting here. Wamu could be on the menu. He will be on the menu. I don't think he can get away with it. He's still fighting. Histu's also coming with a lot of movement speed. The flash is invested. Now, theoretically, Nafiri has a reset on her ultimate, but she's dropping too low. Nabessa's also getting a lot of damage, but I still have not yet the lethal damage. I mean, oh no! Nafiri goes in Q, come on! He immediately needs to flash out because Neo is there, and he cannot get away though. Pantheon now coming also for to the next one on the menu. He needs to be careful too, because he could die here too. And Malvinas Gaming trading 1-for-1, but kind of losing more resources for it. Also losing the turret here as well. And with that, Wamu just bought enough time for his team to find the return play. And also, it must be said that Malvinas Gaming just going far too deep in here on this situation. Teleport here now behind. Oh my god, Wamu is just respawning immediately looking. Oh, Wamu has to look for him. But there's no way, you know, nobody is finding an E here now, running away. He can get away. There's no flash, no movement speed increase, so has to ghost here too. At least Wamu is losing like a big wave for it, for this Looney Tunes chase. On the other side, 4-2 again, face checking something he better should not have face checked. Yes, you kind of want vision around the objective, but I just get slain again. It's now 1-5-1. In generally, I think both supports kind of having a rough season here. Not rough season, rough series. Both dying a lot of times now. Bessa is teleporting behind Wamu, and he will be on the receiving side again. There's no one near him. He can just try to clear the wave as good as he can, but nothing else he can do. Shohari cannot be not be there to help him. On the other side, we at least see a cross map here, securing Harald for Mace Gaming. And they are 5k gold ahead, you know, yes, they're losing here, Wamu again, but it doesn't matter really. Bessa is getting strong, yes, but I don't think she will, you know, her game is still really hard, so I think, you know, we have to see. We have to see how it goes. In the end, it's all we can. I think with the Harado, Mace Gaming, they should find a better advantage and secure their game further. They still have a mid lane turret that they can take, you know, they can secure the next dragon with it too. They're in a very comfortable position where with their next Harald usage, they could maybe secure both dragon and turret. Obviously, that's optimal usage of this resource, I think. Some action around mid lane 4-2 here. Could be a 6 step. He's going in. Finds Vision. But Vision gets away with it. Now has to dance. The fancy footwork is put into work. Not dying here. But 4-2 also staying alive. Now Jin ultimate is used. But completely fumbles every shot. Oh no. Not a single shot is hitting Vision. Not hitting anything, but they're still getting nobody's flash here, and they're using the Harald here already pretty early, because obviously, Malvinas Gaming, they're quite on they kind of have to reset right now, and they also have to defend top lane, so they're looking maybe for a second turret as well. No, Neo just runs at bot lane. Okay. I mean, it's fine. But I don't think he will get anything with it, right? Even if he finds the Bessa, he's not. Oh, he's finding her. Now let's see this 1v1. They're 2-level lead for the Bessa, but item-wise, it's a bit better for Neo, and with his ultimate, he probably can do a lot. Now the ultimate is used from Pantheon. Help is there, though, also from the side of Histo. So Neo is like really dropping low, but he's still alive. This is the more important part. Oh, one more spear. It could be enough, but in the end, it won't be. Histo is securing his jungler's life. That run a bit deep here, I wanna say. But in the end, he's not falling, what is the important thing. Next dragon now, 50 seconds on the menu. I think we see one more reset on Jin. Probably also having the Infinity Edge already. And usually we see more, how do I say this? We usually see Jin item builds that deal less damage, you know? It's all I'm gonna say. This Jin on Vision, though, he is not just really fed in the game. He's also buying items that hit like a truck. So he should be having a really big power spike right now. We also have 2 items in mid lane. And with that, the dragon should be kind of free here in 16 seconds. They could also just look for more. You know, we see pings here on the spawning raptor camp. So they could look for invades, they could look for traps, you know. They could play really aggressive right now because they have the lead. I don't consider playing dragon here really that aggressive because, like, well, they can look here. Ulting Misfortune, a bit interesting. They could also just have ulted the turret, would have worked as well. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She's just taken out here. And with that, the turret will be taken as well. I think this is like exactly what I want to see from Ace here. Not just using their lead to get a dragon, because dragon you can always get. Get your lead on the map, increase your lead by, you know, killing the enemies, getting turrets and stuff. Fortune now going really deep. They have Kyukimor in the flank. Itzek is also now being there. Ultimate of Nobody is dealing a lot of damage. But now Vision ultimate is coming from the other side, but like, you know, not really gaining anything. This is a bit tough here. Overstay for Maze Gaming in the end, but they still can do the dragon here if they want to do. So it's not that bad, honestly. You know, could be bad, could be worse, could be better. It's what I want to say.
No, hasta el momento me parece que no solamente puntos de alma, si mal no me equivoco. La partida sí se han alargado las partidas como para poder verlo, pero es que en realidad, si te das cuenta, los jugadores y la partida como tal, cada vez que pelean algo, fuerzan demasiado. O sea, hay veces en las que no deben de pelear cosas y aún así las pelean. Y lo ha demostrado Malvinas.
I just noticed that I was yapping and I was muted, by the way. GG. Complete noob check. Anyways, I have just spoken about that. Maze Gaming, they have a lot of damage for Nash, so they can already play around it. Set up vision, you know, look for traps. If they win a teamfight around this Nash, they can definitely do it. And they have a Yorick to play the side lane too, so.
Después de haber tenido una partida dominada, obviamente pesa, obviamente va a pesar psicológicamente hablando, y sobre todo ahora que te colocan un drafteo.
I really think Maze Gaming, they're in a really strong position. They're now starting the Nash as well. They can't really do it, but I think it's more to test what Malvinas Gaming is doing. Interestingly enough, Vamun is also with them, so he cannot put any side lane prio. He also has no teleport, so kinda makes sense. But what would you do on side lane without teleport? And then your team can put no threat on the Nash. Now another Nash start here from Maze Gaming. They're trying it again. Let's see how long they stay at it. Theoretically, you know, Kyukimor is still far away. Half of the Nash is gone already. They could try to pull through with it. A better teleport now coming as well, but completely clueless. Far too late here. And now ultimates are thrown out. Both teams kind of missing a lot of crucial ultimates. Now the better ultimate is going in, only fighting the support. Vision is still untouched. Fighting back Misfortune ultimate also quite bad. Trying to ultimate now used as well. Snare hitting great, and with that, the first kill is secured. The second kill will be secured, and with this, if they can fight a bit more, this could be the end of the game. Nobody is now. The pillar is crazy good. Uses his flash now. Gets away. Crucially here, I think if nobody dies, it could be the end of the game immediately. But with nobody alive, it will be hard to end here. So let's see. Inhibitor will be taken away here for Maze Gaming, and this is a game. This is what we have expected from this series. This is what this is why, like, basically everyone has voted Maze Gaming to win this series, because this is what you would have expected. Maze Gaming, just from start to finish, winning this game, getting the objectives, getting the fights, and rolling over Malvinas Gaming. A bit crazy to think about that Malvinas Gaming could already be on match point, you know, and it would be a reverse sweep. Maze Gaming needs to fight for a reverse sweep. But with Malvinas Gaming fumbling the last game, this could be the second win for Maze Gaming. But as I said, as Histu gets attacked, he's still alive, they're losing a lot of HP, but Fortu is also losing a lot of HP. But in general, I think your Victor HP a bit more worth than the HP of your support. Now the Jin ultimate this time must be hitting. Yeah, first kill is secured. Nice hit here on the Zhonya's. Like, not Zhonya's, but on the Bard ultimate. And another kill secured. Chaos Storm is doing only clearing the way, but they don't care. They're just diving them. Midwave is also pushing in. Neo is still tanking. Vamu is flashing forward. Finds the wall that is important. Higa is dead. And with that, Maze Gaming, their fight the second game, 10k gold, on the clock. This game, a stomp from start to finish, only 20 minutes of time they have spent at it. And finally, Mace Gaming, they're showing us what they should have shown the first two games as well, in my opinion. GVP. We have to wait now a bit. We go immediately into a break again. I think like this game, it was crazy. Crazy good from Mace Gaming. I honestly hope they just, next game is also just a quick one for them, because if they fall back into the struggling, in the struggling front to back, then I have low hopes for them against Dr. Esports next week. On the other side, if Malvinas is bouncing back, would be obviously also pretty hype, because I think theoretically they have what it needs to be a good team, but they struggled a bit, so far. Regardless of that, we send us into another pause, and I will be right back, but I will want to eat some more nuts, so be right back. Hello. I want to announce my return. But we're still waiting. I don't know for how long we will wait. But if we're waiting, I wanna just show the champions again. My graphic is a bit bugged. It shows a bit too much champions for Maze Gaming, I think. Must be. But maybe not. Like, I'm looking at it, it makes no sense because they have yeah. Whatever. There's still some champions open. I would assume we see Caitlyn probably now. Another champion that I would assume we see. Ziggs is still open, if it's not getting banned, we should see it. Another thing we should probably see is, but the thing is, Jace is banned every game, so you probably just won't see it. I think, there's a high chance of an Asia mid lane. And Ryze, Ryze still was banned every game, so was not picked so far. But maybe we are getting there. If it's open, it will be picked anyways. Maybe we see an Asia for a nobody. I would assume that could be something that they're looking for. On AD carry again, Ziggs still open, Caitlyn's still open. Then it gets a bit thin after. Huh? Huh? Why is he alone? Hello? Okay, they're still speaking about the game. I thought something is wrong because he's apparently just alone. He's just alone. If he wants to be alone, then he's alone. It's okay to me. I'm alone as well, I connect on this here. Here we see again, Maze Gaming from minute 1, they kind of dominated this game. Again, here this kill was so crazy. We see here the crazy double stun into just running nobody down with no summoner spells. It was a really quick game. I think here the pillar, so beautiful, honestly. Neo just in general played this game so clean. I think he should get MVP. Neo in general jungler that I think, I think Latam is very top heavy, but on the jungle department, we have very, very good junglers. We have actually, don't get me wrong, Latam has tier 1 junglers. And I'm not saying this out of, they're not even hopium. Players like Jose Diodo and Odi, they are proven tier 1 players in the last 2 years. So there's no doubt in my mind, and then we have other players, for example, I think Grell and Dimitri are, for example, they're great examples that I think are also players that are tier 1 good. We have Steps, for example, also really good, and Bookie. Though I think Bookie is struggling right now a lot, honestly. So maybe we will see him. Obviously, I don't wish it for him, but Leviathan, after this year, they kind of have to rebuild their roster. So maybe we won't see Bookie again in tier 1 for the foreseeable future. I think he's a player that definitely can be tier 1, but right now he doesn't look like it. Maybe he has a better next year. Maybe it still bounces back, Well, they're giving the MVP to Shuhari. I mean, it's also fine. Definitely understandable. Don't think it is too crazy to give this MVP here to him. He played very well on the Bard. The girl is back, Okay. I don't know what happened. Why we only saw the dude for a moment. Bro, it's so hot in Germany too, man. They should just fix the weather, honestly. And with that, I think we're immediately going into the next draft. Yeah. Okay. Now. We are back at the draft. This is game 4 of the series. I just want to make sure that you're all aware of what the situation is. Maze Gaming, they're just coming out of a very dominant win here in the last game. And Malvinas, they kind of looked like from the beginning to the end. It was only a 20-minute game and they kind of looked out of it, honestly. And now they need to find somehow a way back into the series, back into this playoffs run, because if they lose another game, they are out. And now we see first pick Vi here. With a lot of champions out, I kinda understand where you're coming from. But I really am a big hater of a Vi first pick. Champions like, for example, Azaya is still open, you know. You also still have Rakan, you know, a really good pairing here that theoretically is still available. So I'm really big Vi hater. They also, like, for example, other mobile champions like LeBlanc and mid lane are still open. So, yeah, there's a Saya I've spoken about. I don't think you would pick Rakan already. You know, Alistar is still open, so, oh, never mind, they don't care for Alistar, they just pick it in, and it's like, yeah. I think Malvinas, you know, I'm a really big Vi hater. I'm always a Vi hater, even in good Vi angles. But this already looks so tough for Malvinas. Just from the first 3 picks, I'm like, they have to, I don't know. They have to find something else now. Because the Vi might just not be it. Ashe now. Could be Ashe Seraphine, honestly. A champion duo we haven't seen in a while. Oh, we are going completely old school. Now I'm a bit more happy. I think Ashe Vi Seraphine is a really strong free people. Yes, it's still hard to lock down the Zarya, but it's still also not impossible anymore. Because you have just so many crazy abilities to throw out. So I kind of like, actually, Ashe Seraphine. It's something we haven't seen really that much anymore. I think end of last split it was, like, considered one of the best bot lanes. Whew, Mundo also looks really strong here. And now they can just ban counter picks to Mundo too. Aye, good pick. Also, Mundo theoretically flex pick, you still can pick it in jungle. It's really not that bad in jungle either. So strong flex pick as well. I would assume that we see a Vayne ban now. But Vayne is actually not that good into Mundo either. Because, I mean, it's obviously Vayne is good against Mundo, but you cannot really use your condemn against him, you know. In lane, he can, if you're fighting lane against him, you're like winning early, but at one point, Mundo is just strong enough, like level 6, for example. Like when he hits level 6, that Mundo can just run you down. So Vayne is not even that strong. So we might not even see it banned here from Malvinas Gaming. Also, it doesn't really fit into the comp that Malvinas Gaming has already laid down. I think they kind of want the tank for themselves. Ornn could be really good here. It's not banned here, so I would, like, you know, if I would be Malvinas Gaming, just look into Ornn. Just give me the Ornn. But let's see. Let's see. One more ban. Silas is now taken out as well. Understandable, there are a lot of good Silas ultimates here. And Mel banned as well. Mel also really good here. Just because she can throw back the abilities. It makes gaming already really strong in the front to back. Now picking a Twisted Fate. I'm not sure if I like it too much. But I think it's okay, you know? Definitely a vulnerable pick. But there are also not that many safe picks still alive. You know, you could maybe have looked for an Aurora or something like this. But I think depending on how this Twisted Fate is used, it could be still strong. It could be also, you know, you cannot forget this, but it could be Twisted Fate top lane, for all we know. Now Aatrox picked here on the top lane. Probably okay against Mundo. Oh. I mean, those Havas would go crazy, no? But yeah, Anivia. Anivia is the first pick where I say, yeah, that I believe. This is the Hava I believe. Could be picked here. Oh, Aze would be crazy, no? They never picking Kiara here. Yeah, okay, Zoe. Also a bit more of a curveball champion, but I like it. Good choice here. You know, the Twisted Fate is immobile, you can punish him, you have already, like, Malvinas Gaming, they have a combination of champions where they can always look for something. They can always look for an Ashe, always for a Zoe bubble, you know? Always for a Seraphine E. You know, they have so many tools to look forward. Let's see. Zahin is now picked. Zahin could go jungle, so we will, it's still, to me, not clear who's where. Both is definitely possible. I'm not sure what matchup is better. But they still also have time to swap theoretically. So they could still swap here around. And oh my god, they're swapping crazy right now. It makes me really nervous because at one point they just have to take the champions that they have. And if they're swapping crazy, you know, in the end they might just need to play Ashe top lane. It would be really horrible. But I think this is the final statement. I think if the bar crosses, like now, I think they cannot change anymore. So this Sahin top lane Mundo Jungle. I think Mundo Jungle, considering Mundo Jungle is played against Vi, I think it's a really good pick. Because you can just, the Vi cannot really fight you. You can farm faster than her. And just really get a lot of gold out of it. I like Mace Gaming comp a lot more. But Malvinas, they still have a lot of opportunities. But I think, if Mace Gaming kinda, they can just start or like continue where they stopped last game, they have a combination where I think they could just completely run over this Malvinas Gaming roster. Yes, Malvinas Gaming, they have some tools, but they also have to come online first. The first, 5 levels, I think they're not too strong. The Vi is not that scary. The Ashe is not really scary. The Seraphine is not scary. On the other side, though, Twisted Fate Gold card, level 1. You have it. If you need it. Rakan W, if you want to play aggressive, you can also have it from level 1. Like, same as for Zahin. So I think, theoretically, I like Mace Gaming comp a bit more. But let's see. Malvinas Gaming, they have potential.
Tengo una acotación. Es que Sahin es precisamente muy bueno contra los melee.
Let's see.
Ya la vi. Listo.
We have to wait a bit. We already had to wait a bit before the game, but
no sé, está interesante tal vez los pick-ups.
Now we have to wait a bit more.
Pero me gusta la evolución de composición que tiene Mace. O sea, tiene mucha vida. Ya fuerzas a que hagan objetos justamente para eso.
Waiting for the game to continue. Again, I think how Mace played last game. If they keep their mood, if they stay humble, then Malvinas Gaming, they're facing an uphill battle against an unleashed Mace Gaming that is on a match point here. But Malvinas Gaming, we can also not write them down. I think they showed some promising things in the first 2 games. They also showed a lot of weakness in the first 2 games, so if Malvinas is, if Mace Gaming is just playing like last game, I think that might be just it. It could be the end of the playoff streams for this Malvinas roster. And with that, we are in. We see again 3 people topside here. Or is it topside? Or is it bot side? I'm not sure. No, it's bot side. It's bot side. 3 people bot side. We rarely see that much attention on bot side. Twisted Fate is there too. They're looking here for a potential catch. But with the bot lane, with Malvinas going as a squad into the top side, there's nothing really happening here. And this level 1 at least will be probably quite unspectacular. We will see. Quite fun. I want to drop a fun fact about this Vi skin because we see it really rarely. This Vi skin, it's I'm not sure what the English name is, something like Neon Light or something. Oh, we see it. Oh, they're showing skins. Perfect. Yeah, Neon Strike Vi. Some fun fact. She has these goggles. You see the pink goggles on the head? You can toggle them, so she can have it either on top of her head or on, you wear goggles on her nose, So, kind of a fun thing that Riot Games has stopped doing. I think today there are not many champions that still have toggles on their skins. Kind of not doing that anymore. Even though I think this is a really cool toggle, but who am I, No one cares. Let's see how the matchup's going. I'm really interested to see if the Mundo can get a lot more farm and if you can match the Vi early really good. I'm also interested in seeing this top lane matchup. Obviously we have Zahin picked into the Aatrox. Zahin is always a champion that you see game 3 plus. You see him a lot. The priority for this champion rises a lot. I think it is a really interesting champion because he has a lot of setup for his team. He can play the weak link that is just there for setup with his pull, with his knock up, with his ultimate making him damage resistance. But he can also be a solo carry for your team, So really interesting champion in the game right now. Aatrox, for example, he cannot really do that. He kind of has to play more on the carry side. If he's behind, he cannot really play for setup that great. He still can kinda, but he's then just so squishy. That's really hard to play for him. The trading here on top lane. It's really fun to see. Both top laners heavily trading, but so far it looks like the Zahin champion is getting a bit better out of it. But nothing too major yet. Game is a bit more like a lot more stable than game 3. And let's see. We see bot lane here again. Bot lane has also, you know, some wave pushing. It seems like the Zyra can actually have a bit of a better lane for 2 now. Probably needs to flash. No, they're just fighting back. Visio now is on the menu. He has flash. Don't use it anyways. Doesn't care. Now Neo is there to protect his team. Cannot really get anything. And this damage in the prolonged fight here from the Malvinas Gaming bot lane is not that bad. Though CS leads still a bit on favor for Mace Gaming, though they're dropping really low, especially the AD carry. This one is really low dropping, so he kind of has to reset. It's not a perfect, like, not perfect. It's a really bad spot for him to reset, but, you know, it's what it is. You have to do it sometimes, you know. If you're getting fucked in lane, you know, you have to reset. It is what it is. It is what it is. Mid lane we see Zoe having more farm, but Twisted Fate due to his gold passive having more gold. It's kind of funny. You can see, like, always when he hits a minion, he gets another number. It's like he's rolling a dice for gold. He can get like 1 to 6 gold for every last set he gets. Gold card is hitting. He's sleeping. So nobody, probably not in danger here anymore. So you can get 1 to 6 gold. The dice is a bit screwed, I think. The chance of getting a higher number on this dice is a bit higher than getting a low number. So we'd rather see him like getting 3, 4, 5, 6s than like 1s and 2s. That being said, if you're buying crit on Twisted Fate, you actually get a second dice all the time. So you're getting double the passive gold. Though the second dice is then screwed towards the lower amount. So you'd rather see like 1, 2, 3, 4 than like a 5 or 6. So the chance of getting 12 gold for crit Twisted Fate is relatively low. Oh no, flashing forward. Hitsu is using his flash offensively, gets the flash for 4-2, but he's an immobile Twisted Fate now that has no flash anymore. I'm not sure if that is worth, even if they kill the support here. Hitsu now needs to be careful, but he has Spellbook, so theoretically speaking, could get like another mobility spell like Ghost, and it could help him to make this lane a bit easier, or like the ease the pressure that he probably will face now. Else we see Malvinas Gaming, they're sneaking the dragon here, kinda. They're using the bot prio they have. I mean, bot is quite equal, but like they're using the fact that mid lane had to reset. But now it's a 50-50. Oh, beautiful from Neo. Just secures it because he farmed faster. This is the strength of Mundo. It's like it's so stupid, but he just has more CS. And with more CS, he already has an upgraded jungle pet, so he had like 1k smite to 600 smite, and with that Neo just secures it. Goes where he pleases, take this objective with ease. And I really like to see this. Nice play from Neo. Plays the Mundo here perfectly. I mean, he didn't even do something special, but as a jungle main myself, and a professional Vi hater, I just really like to see this. You know, already getting value out of his pick. And he's like, you know, he's not even good in the early game. I mean, he's not that weak either, but like, Mundo is a champion that wants to scale. Also interesting to see what Mundo is going here. You know, it could be Hatsi, it could be Vamox. Now we see bot lane 2v2 though, before we are speaking about items here, 4-2. He has no flash. It's a 1-for-1, but Hika gets the kill on the AD carry, a bit more important than the first that Chuhari is securing. And Hika is now also firing at Chuhari. He's like really low, and there's nobody. The bubble doesn't even need it. Double kill here for the AD carry of Malvinas. Really important for them here. Hika getting 2 kills here already. It's really big. Malvinas Gaming, obviously, you know, I said it that I don't like their comps too much, but you know, it's winnable for them. They have the tools. And if they just get a head on the edge here, this could be really tough. Now we see a top dive potentially. Gold card is coming out. But nothing more. He's to now. Forto is there to cover. And there's not just Forto. He has walked to the turret. Gold card is hitting, but won't save his life. Nobody secures another kill. And with that, Malvinas Gaming, they're securing their lead here. And finding a way back into the series. But the fighting is not stopping now. Mace Gaming is on the advantage. Forto again still has no flash here. But nobody is just looking so scary. The Zui already doing a lot of damage. And now we see Vi going bot lane. Vision theoretically has ultimate. But he has no flash, so even if he would ultimate, it could still be rough for him. But it looks like Rada Kyuhyumo is looking for some invade action. Not really getting anything though. Has to leave. In general, the Mundo is just a bit stronger right now. Not just right now, he will be stronger the whole game in a 1v1 situation. It will be interesting to see what item he goes, you know, Heartsteel or Vamox. Usually on Mundo Jungle, a lot of people like Heartsteel more because you don't go both of the items. Like on top lane Mundo, you usually go Vamox first and then you go Heartsteel. Just because, like, the thing is, Vamox is a lot better as an item. You know, just if you compare those items, if you have Vamox, it's a lot better than a 0-stack Heartsteel. And even if you have a 200-stack Heartsteel, then Vamox is still even. A bit better, actually. It's still a bit better. Just because how, you know, how does champions work. Oh, now mid lane is ultimate use. And again, Hitsu still has no flash because he looked for an aggressive gold card. And this might just be a punished play here. Gold card is still laying his death, but not forever. Another kill for the Zoe here. Malvinas, they're playing this so great right now. Completely revitalized after they just got stomped last game. Really like to see that. Rest of the objective is now secured for Malvinas Gaming. Again, it's like, you know, probably in this game also not that important to have grubs. But nonetheless, grubs is secured, and it's not like I can do much more right now besides a Gromp, you know. So, I think it is okay. Twisted Fate ultimate is now used in mid lane. We don't see it. We watch Ash farm. Cannon minion secured. What is happening mid lane? We don't know. We don't care. Observer wants to see wave. Yeah, we're farming. We're farming. Crazy. I think in mid lane nothing happened, really. They didn't even have to use flashes, so maybe Observer was just, you know, he knew that nothing happened, so he said, yeah, whatever. We're watching bot lane. Max Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds, and we see Maze Gaming, they're like now putting down the vision, but they probably have to, or like, not probably, they have reset it on multiple members here. Or multiple is only one in this case. Mundo has now finished his Heartsteel, so he's, even though Heartsteel is obviously not a better item than Vamox, it could be that he wanted to buy Vamox, but he had not enough gold, because like Vamox is a better item, but it also costs like 200 more. And Science Mundo has not even control word in his pockets. I think it was just barely enough to buy the Heartsteel. It is a very early Heartsteel too here. So is this the only first item secured here? So I think this dragon fight could be really, really good for for Maze Gaming, if they can find it. Sorry, Malvinas Maze, you know, they both start with MA. Vision is now walking forward, losing some HP, but it's okay. A bit of trading back and forth. And now we actually see the dragon will be not started, right? They're pinging it, but they're not really doing it. Nope. They're still looking for something else, but importantly enough, the Vi has now her item as well. He's already getting Half-Life by nobody, and now the advantage is away here. Fighting forward. Q of nobody. Neo does a lot of damage. Ash ultimate is now used, but maybe it should have been used on bot lane. Never mind. Hika, he doesn't need his ultimate for the 1v2. 2v1. 2v2. Just stealing enough of damage anyways. And Mundo in the meantime is slaying mid lane really bad here. Ace Gaming, I think they just, I don't know, maybe they're just too confident. Just getting completely rolled by Malvinas. They're just... It is like the last game, but completely shifted on its head here, Malvinas Gaming. But it's like last game. In the beginning, I don't believe Maze Gaming with their lead, because they just, the games before were so throwy. And like this right now, I don't really believe Malvinas either, you know? Malvinas, I want to believe them, but I still have to finish it. And here we see again, the Ash Arrow connects, the Vi connects, the Bubble connects, and even Twisted Fate nearly dies here. I had to flash as well. 5 kills strong, nearly 3k gold ahead. Malvinas doing a great job here in this series. Nobody just missed his... No, he didn't. Never mind, I'm just stupid. It looked a bit funny that he flashed on the spot. Itzeric is now defending the bot wave here. S4 to there too, should be fine. Next objective is the Harald in 2 minutes. We also see now Hika top lane. Has his first item secured. Zaya is still fighting for it. Other first items he sees like Zahin already on first item. We see also Mundo now on like 60 stacks. Oh, he gets again Ashe ulted, but this time Vamu is there, and Vamu is a far stronger teammate here. Mundo dies anyways, but Hisu is there too. Gold card secured. Hika has to flash away. Is there still surviving, and now they need to look. Vamu is close to a revive, but maybe, yeah, he will revive, but, you know, he revives in a 1v4. There's no way he's getting anything out of it. He's still doing a lot of damage to nobody. It's nearly killing him, actually. But in the end, Malvinas, they still keep a bit ahead of the curve. Yes, it was a bit sloppy. They're losing on side lane, they're losing on mid, you know, turret platings and stuff. But they're still keeping their lead. They're still keeping the kill count high. And they're still keeping their playoff stream alive. The more important thing here for them. It also is important, really, that, yes, you know, you could say, oh, yeah, because I have said it before as well, you know, Malvinas and Maze, you know, they look a bit struggling, they look a bit rough, you know. Not sure if they can beat Dr. Esports, but you cannot forget that after this game, if they're still in playoffs, they have like 2 weeks time of bouncing back. So 2 weeks time to fix the issues, and 2 weeks in League of Legends terms are a lot if you play it every game, every day. You know, it depends on the coaching stuff as well, but I think there's definitely some potential. There's definitely some potential.
Hay mucho más poderío en peleas por equipos para la escuadra de Malvinas. Me gustaba lo de Maze así a simple vista.
Game is now a bit slower. Next objective is the Harald on the map on top side. We see Malvinas Gaming, they already have better vision there. They don't really necessarily have a deep vision line, but their vision line is just in the whole river. So Maze Gaming, they cannot step any offensively without being seen here. And vision gets contested now though. But it's a back and forth. Hika now having a seal. The first item's going in. Histo is now dove on top lane here. Nothing really can do. Shiro as well. Oh no, poor guy. Just gets completely manhandled here. Histo is now 0-3 and then already in draft I thought, yeah, Twisted Fate is okay. But like, you're really immobile, really vulnerable. And now we see the top laners fighting it in the bot lane. And Vamu is the one that is going forwardly. Aatrox's ultimate is used defensively. Mundo is there too. Vision on him is secured. That kind of means that you can get the Harald on top lane for Malvinas, and Maze Gaming. A top laner is a bit under pressure here, but he should run away. Should be possible for him. He's actually fighting back against Neo, doing a lot of damage now. Teleport from nobody is used too. But I'm not sure if this teleport is like really crazy. He's exhausted immediately. It's like has to flash away now. There's also Vision. Ultimate of Twisted Fate is used, but red card! Wrong card for Histo! No way! The Aatrox will be dying anyways because Featherstorm is coming. The Seraphine ultimate is really clutch, but she's alone on the flank, has to get out of it. And nobody is trying to get something. Even though the wrong card was pulled, it doesn't really matter. In the end, the situation can be used by Maze Gaming. They're still finding a kill and they're finding some gold back into the game. Really good. Obviously, they're losing Harald for it, you know, and mid lane turret, I think they lost as well. So it's not a free play for them, but they have now deep vision. They have now push in. They have maybe a better position for the third dragon. So Maze Gaming definitely not out of it yet. We see like the first items now secured even for the supports. Importantly enough, Hika already on 2 items though. So this is a major power spike. We also see more boots finished here for the sides of Malvinas Gaming. And those are like, you know, on the Aatrox, the plated steel caps, they're really important here. Because basically, the Twisted Fate is not really doing anything yet, besides with his W. But W is an auto attack, so it gets reduced by the plated steel caps. Or at least, like, you know, the auto attack damage. I'm not sure if the on-end damage actually gets reduced. Oh, top lane, there's a fight, but Maze Gaming is just too deep. Where are you diving? Oh, Neo is there now. The Vamu is still really good there. Maybe it was actually fine to dive here. He has a revive now too. If he would die immediately, it would be fine, but he will lose his power, but doesn't matter. Nobody will die here anyway. So even Vamo can step up to secure the kill, and Mace Gaming, they just find a way back into the game, and they're playing very aggressively to it too. I really like it. Neo now might be on the menu. Asher is not there, but Artok still looking, but he is abandoning the play, and with that, Mace Gaming, they're getting more out of it. Really good for them. Really, really good for them. I think Mundo is going, by the way, if I see this correctly, Mundo is going Protoplasm now. If he really goes Protoplasm, I will lose my mind, by the way. This item build is so ass. Bro, shit is so ass. Why are you even doing that? But I mean, you know, hey. I am done judging tank item builds and pro play. You know, it's like so, bro, you know, like especially tank item builds, you know, or damage and tank item builds are so easy to get right because you can just sit there and calculate what is the best. You can just calculate what deals more damage. You can just calculate what is more tanky. And you know, the pro players, they're just deciding, no, I don't care. Just give me items. Just give me funny clonk items. And give me funny heal item, you know? Bro, they're not working together that well. Malvinas Gaming again, this time. Fortune just unreasonably deep. I think they look to dive his two again, but this time he survives. Had to use his flash, but in the end, doesn't matter. Fortune dies, and nobody cannot take the turret. So, game is going more into the Nequest side here. 2 items now secure. Like 2 items coming also in for the side of Mace Gaming, especially the top side looking really strong right now on the second items. Nobody also having a second item though, so again, both teams are basically that equal. There's no major objective to do right now on the neutral side. Yes, Nash is up. Both teams also have like quite good Nash damage. But again, without a major fight, they won't, you know, they cannot really do it, so there will no real pressure around it. More interesting will be the next dragon in like 3 minutes. I think this is something that we will look forward to see who will get it. Malvinas are really playing around it for vision, you know? But it's like, you know, you could say, yeah, okay, it's still 2.5 minutes away, there's nothing happening right now. But getting like lane priority and then Warwick River is in generally just good for their team comp, because they have so many abilities that are just good at looking, you know? You can look with an Ash arrow always, you know, you can look... Oh, never mind, he gets missing, but he looked. He missed, but he looked. Oh, now stun hits, but they have no follow-up anymore of Neo. On the other side, we see nobody here. It's too deep, it's getting picked up. I will be there, but nice knock-up here from Shuhari. And now Cucumber goes really deep, but maybe too deep, actually. Twisted Fate ultimate is used a bit weird on the angle here. It's not in range for gold card. Definitely, Hazel could use this better. In general, I think his Twisted Fate game here, not the best yet. Neo now will just be killed. Never mind. Actually survives. Pops his ultimate. Heals up again. Harald is now used as well. Really weird. Why would you use Harald here? Will just be killed by Mace Gaming. And Malvinas, they look so good. And now they just look like they fumble. Honestly. They're just falling apart again. After they reassembled themselves, they just fumble it again. And now Isanek could be dying here. Gold card is put down for Mace. This time, Listo is finding the right card. And this should be the end of it. Another gold card. Mundo is there too now. Gets even a stack here for his heart steal. And the kill is secured. And with that, the dragon is also spawning in 1 minute, and you can already see Mace Gaming, they're kind of controlling completely the bot side, you know, they're so good at it, they're so good into it, you know. They're not having the best vision yet, you know, but like just with pushing the wave so far, getting the kills, you know, they're putting themselves in a very great spot. Interestingly enough, Saya is now her second item finished, so she's not that far behind anymore. Obviously, Ash has a BF sword and a bit more crit, you know, so she's still ahead, but Vision is relatively strong now. We see Twisted Fate though still struggling to get his second item. I have hiccup, sorry. And we have seen also Aatrox is still struggling to get his second item. So this dragon fight is still quite equal, but not if Mundo just dies here, gets all the abilities, and this is so crazy. I think this is like really crazy about this Malvinas Gaming combination of champions, because they can really look. And they don't care that you're a Mundo with like passive that like blocks one CC ability and like you're so tanky, you know. They don't care. They can still look at you. And looking they do with that, they're securing a third dragon here. Gives them a bit of priority again in this game. Obviously, the soul and the dragons are really good for them because they don't really have a front line. So getting tanky on every member is like really important for them, or like really good for them. Let's say it like this. And also, they're putting Mace Gaming now on a gunpoint. You know, they're saying, "Hey, next dragon is soul. Like in the next 5 minutes, we have to contest soul." And this put obviously is a really good position because like not just can you not just are you forcing Mace Gaming to do something, you also have the opportunity to just give the dragon. It's a single mountain dragon, not that big of a deal. So if the position is not good for you, you can just cross map relatively easy without stress. Because Mace Gaming, again, they are forced to contest the dragon. Theoretically, you could say they're not forced. They could just drop soul and take Nash, but I don't think that would be a good decision for them. So let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. Again, I want to say I hate this Mundo item build. I really, really hate it with every fiber of my body. But it is what it is. We're getting it now. Ashe now on 3 items. I like her build. She kind of needs armor pen now too. I think like an LDR would be really great. Antil would also be great, but Seraphine already has it and they're looking again. Ashe connecting even after the flash. Still escapes though! No way! No way, no way, no way. Shuari just gets out of it. Great job from him, honestly. And here, again, I want to mention, the LDR will be such a great power spike for the Ashe on the 4th item. If she can get it before the soul spawn, it would be crazy, but I think it is, like, really tough. To get so much gold in only 3 minutes. She's resetting now. Let's see what she's already getting. Bot lane, we see a bit of fight. Hitsu is coming too. Aatrox probably, again, will be killed by this play. Another gold card will seal the deal. It takes a while, but in the end, it is done. On the other side, we see Malvinas Gaming. They immediately on the Nash, though. Teleport now used, though. So Malvinas has to retreat here. But they could still fight, honestly. I'm not sure if Ashe was base yet or if she cancelled it. I haven't seen it fully. Oh, Mace Gaming, they're looking for it. Shuhari finds a way. Nice! Why ultimate? Canceling the ultimate! Oh my god, Kyukimo finds so much. Seraphine ultimate is also completely clutch. But now it's the question, can Malvina still fight this though? Ashe is dealing a lot of damage. Almost nearly dead. He's too soon there. Oh, nobody's also finding something, but I just cannot find it. I just cannot find the lethals here. So still a good play from Mace Gaming. It nearly looked completely devastating. For Mace. It was so close that they just get completely turbo Ashe. Visio now losing a lot of HP. Ashe ultimate is hitting. Flash forward and he again will be dead. And they're still looking Kyukimo. You can find more. Aatrox is now there too, has teleported. And it's really hard for Vision to escape here. He knows it. Tries to fight back, but he gets killed anyways. Nice find from Kyukimo with his flash here. Neo will survive, but the kill count has, swapped side a lot. And with that, it is Malvinas Gaming at the Nash. It is a 3v3 though. Now teleport of nobody makes it a 4v3. But there's still theoretically potentially 4 contests. With even 5 people here. Mace Gaming, they're like, this could be really devastating if they get aced here. But they're still trying it. Now they kind of need to see that they cannot get it and have to leave. And it seems like they're leaving just in time to be still safe. Let's see what Ashe is getting here, because the soul is in 1 minute 30, but with securing the Nash and the team fight, it might be actually the LDR already. No, it isn't. It isn't the LDR. It is only Last Whisper. Last Whisper is not that valuable. It's still really important, don't get me wrong, because the base armor values are so good. But I think especially the passive of LDR, of dealing more damage to targets with more HP, this would be something that you would really looking forward to have as Ashe here. Because, there are so many members. Basically everyone besides Zaya has definitely a lot more HP than you. Because everyone is buying HP. So, could have been a really strong situation. Oh, Fortress abandoned the party. We have to pause. Let them pause. And now we have to see. The soul is spawning in 40 seconds. They have Nash too. So pushing is for them really easy. And yeah, we have to see. 4 items, 3.5 items on Ashe, really important. We see also 3 items for Zoe. 2 items for top and jungle, 1 item for support. But importantly, the Seraphine has anti-heal that is really important this game. On the other side, we have 3 items for the Mundo now, but he's not getting the stacks of the Hatse that he needed to be for the Hatse to have more value than Amox. On the other side, we see 2 items top, 2 items mid, 2 items AD carry, and like 2 items already also for the Rakan. Has a bit better standing in the game right now than 4-2 on the Seraphine, but I think it's not mattering too much, honestly. Because, yeah, I think it just doesn't matter too much. I think Rakan should never die before his ultimate is fully run out, and after that it's kind of not important anymore. So I don't think it will change much that he is the lead over Seraphine. But we have to wait until 4-2 is back into the game. It's also important. It's also important to mention that, how do you say? It is important to mention that that Seraphine disconnected and then they paused. But always it seems like that he lost connection because his team only paused after he left. So this could mean that he maybe is away for longer, because this could just mean that there's something crazy happening. We had it before in the LRS that one team there, a car was driving into the power supply pole outside of their house, and then he had no power. And then they had to, I don't know, wait for a long time until he came back. Things like this can happen in LATAM. In LATAM, everything is possible. So yeah. Yeah, we have to wait. Waiting is cool. I love waiting. Isn't waiting fun? So yeah. I'm not sure what to say. The game is again, it's like, Malvinas Gaming, they're close to bouncing back into the series, but I'm not trusting them yet. It's what I'm saying, I'm really not trusting them. After game 2, oh. Game 2, the throw was already really rough, and then they answered with getting giga stomped, But hey, maybe it's not, Maybe there's still some potential. So yeah, a bit more waiting. Waiting is waiting. Oh, we're back? Oh, finally we're back. I love League of Legends. I'm so happy we are back. And we see immediately Malvinas Gaming. They're pushing the lead here again. 4-2 is also there. We can see him. He's walking. He's alive. Nash is still on the menu here. It's like 1 minute gone from the Nash of Malvinas. Nobody looks really deep. Finds a bubble here, but probably not a Q to follow up, because Bamu got far away here from the position. Let's see. Oh, nobody. Is slowed here, has to run. Neo is stepping forward. His Q's deal a lot of damage. You can see, oof, every Q he's hitting is, but he might be a bit too deep here. But Malvinas Gaming, they're really split it. Arthur is coming in the flank, but maybe it's just too late. Neo is like not dying, doing so much damage now. Babu's going forward with the ultimate, but the ultimate of Seraphine is really good. Visium is still firing. First kill is secured. Yukimo is also so close to dying, but the first one to die is the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate not really important, but Maze Gaming, they're losing member after member. Neo is the next one on the member. Also the Assassinato triple could be pentakill. Oh, stolen Exterminio for the Artworks. It's also only a triple kill, so it could have not be penta. And with that, Malvinas Gaming, they still have Nash. They could, I don't think they can end it here. Death timers are still too short. Only 30 seconds on the clock, but they can definitely get like 2. I think technically they could get 2 inhibs and a dragon. And, with that lead, they're kind of looking at an, they must fumble really hard to lose this game again. If they're really getting 2 inhibitors and a dragon, they could still look for an end, honestly. Honestly, they're quicker than I thought, honestly. But I would, if I would be them, I would just go dragon, because it's safe. Maybe they're also just resetting, but I would, yeah, okay, they're just resetting. It's also okay, they have Nash resets, they're quick with it. The Nash is running out in 20 seconds, so they cannot do another Nash push. So still really good. We see an important item power spike for both jungle and AD carry. Obviously the AD carry power spike is a bit more important because just having the LDR here will be completely fantastic. But Deathstand's also will quite do a lot here for QQ more. Will keep him alive a bit more. We also see Hika now having the Noxian symbol thing here that is like giving you 18 armor. So he's looking into a Guardian Angel probably. And yep, this dragon will be secured. Importantly enough, also Seraphine 4-2 is securing a second item. This is the tier, the supported Enchanter tier item, but it's really good on the Seraphine. And Malvinas Gaming, they're just immediately looking into the top side here again. They have a bot lane that is pushing in, and they're like 2 waves now crushing together. So they can really take over the top side because someone has to answer the bot side here. It is Vamu. He's the only one that is still having a gold lead here. Also 3 items. He's still though far behind someone like Kika, you know. So even though he is gold ahead, it might not be enough for Mace Gaming here to find the way back into the game. It's only 6k gold and a Mountain Soul. I say only, but I mean it's like actually a lot. So I think Malvinas, you know, they could be the winning side of the game, and we could go into Silver Scrapes here if they win this game. Mundo now. Again, Neo is on the menu, losing a lot of HP again. It's not too bad now. Ultimate of Twisted Fate is used. Teleport too. Oh no, the ultimate, but he's still finding a way into it. He's getting too hard. He's just going so deep. Now Vamos is completely alone in the backline. It's really important if his team can find a way in, but no, they can't. And Malvinas Gaming, they can't just roll over it. It's like the Arthur is flashing forward, finds his Q, and Neo losing a lot of HP. Still alive though, but now Ika is running forward. The YQ also finding the target, and with that, they're kinda securing a really strong position, trying to dive Visium, but Visium is still fine. And this should be the game, honestly. No way Visium can support, like, you know, defend this game. But they can just end over this mid wave. 20 seconds still for Shohari, and I think that, you know, I see what they wanted to do, but they're just not on the same page, not on the same screen, and with that, one by one, they will fall, and with that, the game dies, and we are in a banger. We are up to a banger here, because we are going into a Game 5. The first Game 5 in LATAM playoffs is secured here. Malvinas Gaming, they bounce back into the series. Win this game after being in the lead for basically the whole game. GG VP. Really nice to see. Really, really nice to see. Oh, guys, I'm so happy. Guys, we're going into the boss and I'm dropping the Silver Scrapes. Will be complete cinema. By the way, here, Malvinas Gaming against the side of Mates Gaming here. Going into a 5th game, wow. And both teams that I cannot tell you who wins, honestly. Obviously, Malvinas Gaming, they're coming in with a bit of it, you know, how do you say, momentum, you could say. But I think, like, it's basically a coin flip here. What a series, honestly, to have. And with that, I send us in. Complete, full blast, honestly. Well, maybe not full blast. Okay. Be right back. And with that, I announce my return. I'm sorry for having a bit of a longer break, but you know, it's not happening every day that we have best of 5. Giga gets MVP for last game, definitely agree. He kind of played it perfectly. There are like 1-2 Ash errors he missed, It's all I can say. All I can criticize is that he missed some Ash errors, but you see damage per minute. Insane, his KDA insane. Every team find he was insane. Even before Malvinas really, Giga rolled the Mace Gaming squad, I think there were some moments where Mace Gaming really put the punch. And I think, in all of these fights, they would have been so much worse if Hika would not be completely space gliding on them. And we should get to the draft very soon. And if you get to the draft, man, I'm hyped, It's obviously it's not the highest quality League of Legends. But it's so epic because you have no idea who wins. Bro, I have no idea. But even if they, the thing is, even if they draft, even if the draft is over and I think one team has the better draft, I'm still not sure if the team will win, So it will be absolute cinema, no matter how it goes, no matter where we go. It will definitely be absolute cinema. Let the caster speak with us a bit for a moment. We probably have to wait only 1-2 minutes more and then we'll go into the draft. I'm really hyped. I want to see. It is the first best of 5 in LATAM, this split. I mean, obviously we had best of 5s before, but it's the first best of 5 that goes over all 5 games, Something that we don't see that often, I think, and I'm really hyped, It is also best of 5 fearless. That means there are a lot of champions gone now. So we have, we will probably have very interesting draft. I mean, some more meta champions are still there theoretically. We have something like Ryze is still open, Ziggs still open, Jay's still open, But I really, really, really think that those champions, they will be bad, I don't see a reason why we would want to let open champions like those in this current state. I think if we look at the draft in general, you will see still Nocturne is still open. Yeah, Caster just said it. Nocturne is still open. Xin Zhao is, I think, still open. No one has played it so far, I think. Maybe might be wrong, We have still something open like Shyvana in jungle, for example, that is quite cool. On top lane, we have seen a lot here already. I'm not sure what could you play. Ornn is still open, theoretically. Vayne is still open, theoretically. Mace Gaming, they have played Shogath too, That's still open as well. For mid lane, I mean, if I look at the champions I played, yes, Talia is still open, Annie is still open, Asia is still open. I have said that if Malvinas gets into game 5, we will see Asia. So honestly, would be kind of hype. I would really love to see nobody Asia. I think he's really good with this champion. He's actually really great with this champion. So I think if champions like LeBlanc and Talia are out, we will probably really see an Asia here. A champion that we don't see that often anymore, but I think it is it could be the perfect timing to pick a champion like this. Bot lane we also champions are missing. It's really hard to see, What is there still to play? Rata still open, yeah? I think Alistar still open too. But both supports, I'm surprised too, honestly. After Malvinas got Giga gapped in the game before, I was thinking, or maybe they cannot bounce back, but in the end they did it, so. We're here in the final game of this series. Whoever loses this game is out. Their playoff stream's over. And with that, we are going in. First ban, Jade's ban, Locke ban, we see Milio, Asia, Nocturne, and Mace Gaming. They know the same that I know. That nobody would have completely won the game on Asia. Sadly, this champion is gone now. It ruins my day, honestly. I would have really loved game 5 Asia for nobody. but it is gone now. Other champions are still open now. Rise theoretically still open. LeBlanc still open. So, let's see. It's a Rise first pick. You know, I'm not shocked. The champion is open, so it's probably a champion that you could pick in a game 1, you know, as a first pick. So good is this champion, but it's still open in this game 5, and it's now first pick by Mace Gaming. Let's see how Malvinas answers this. And Ari is definitely a champion that a player like nobody has played a million times before. Not the hugest fan in general. But I think on the Twisted Fate, Hitsu looked really rough last game. So maybe a champion that is offensive like Ari could be really good here. Jungle theoretically something like Xinjiao still open. It's kind of fine with the Ari. Vi is obviously out. You could look for something else too, obviously. Olaf. Ooh, I like Olaf. Olaf is technically a flex pick here. Could be top lane, could be jungle. So yeah, so we see. Let's see. Lucian Milio. Milio banned, but Lucian. Braum is theoretically still open. Is a good pick with the Lucian, but you probably don't want to. You don't want to have Braum here now pick because it's like, you know, could be counter pick really easy. Let's see. I really like the Lucian already though. But I like Olaf too, you know? I like Rise, you know. The Ari I think is a bit but it could be cool too. With Olaf I think it's really good. The Rail still open is picked now. I would assume this is a good angle here now to pick the Alistar. But they could try something completely different too. If they don't want to go this way, because like technically Alistar would be really good, but you kinda cannot pick it because they would ban. If you pick Alistar, surely they would ban the Alistar. Hikma has played the Alistar, by the way. So definitely an option. Ooh, Renekton still open. I thought about it, but it's still open, so it's picked here. And you can ban counter picks to it, and now as well. If you even need to ban anything. I mean, Vayne is still open theoretically. Something you might consider banning. So in general, there are still some good champions open here. Cassandra is now banned first, though. Also a good champion, it's still open. Let's see what Mace Gaming is deciding to ban. There's only bot lane left for Malvinas Gaming. I still think Alistar would be a good ban. You could also look into the Kalista actually, because Kalista is a champion that can match Lucian early aggression. And you know, let's see, Poppy now banned too. I really don't like Poppy support here. Alistar's just so much better. Just give me the Alistar. Or now taken out as well. So theoretically they could play Vayne top lane. If they want, as an answer to Renekton. It is playable. It's good for the Vayne. Obviously it's a bit, you know, Vayne could be... It's not really looking too crazy in the game entirely, but it's not looking bad right now. Definitely playing. Let's see. Last ban here on the main. I would say Alistar. I would ban Alistar or Kalista. One of these champions I would ban. They're deciding for Alistar. Honestly, give me a... no, I'm not sure. But give me Kalista bot lane, please. Please give me Kalista bot lane. It would be so fire. They could also look for a Zeri bot lane. Zeri is also a champion that is really good and it's still open theoretically. They could also just lock in Jinx Lulu or some shit, but I'm not sure if it's really good against Red. Probably not, so... Oh my god, they're picking Lulu. It's... No! Zeri Lulu is really good. Jinx Lulu could be really good here as well. So... Holy shit. Let's see. Oh. Oh, I think the Lulu pick could be completely nasty. Gangplank! Nate Specialist picked by Vamu. I mean, he has played against the Gangplank of Nate 100 of times, you know, so he knows how it's going. Gangplank is really a pick I would have not expected here. But I'm not entirely sure if I like it even. Because even Nate's Gangplank sometimes, you know, sometimes it's just there. You know? Not really doing much. a definitely cool pick. Shyvana now secured as well. The jungler I have spoken earlier about. It's really good. Let's see what the AD carry pick for Malvinas Gaming will be. Yonara. Yonara Lulu, a lane that we have seen last year a lot, has dropped a bit out of favor here. In a game like this, we see it happening again. I think Yonara is actually not that weak. She's also not that strong though, but considering how deep we are into the draft, I think it is definitely a fine pick. Who is scaling better? I don't even know, honestly, because like Shyvana, Gangplank, and Grice, they're scaling crazy. Lucian damage is also late game still great, you know. I would honestly think like, you know, oh, now it's a question. What do I like even more here? It's like so hard to say. I will not make any predictions. I think I will not. I have no clue, honestly, because even if I say I like one comp more, you know, it doesn't matter in this game. This game will be probably a really bloody banger game. We will have absolute cinema in this best of 5, game 5. A lot of champions were banned due to fearless, and we see some champions you would rarely see else. We see Lulu Yonara bot lane, for example. We see an Ari that we usually don't see. We see also Shyvana and Gangplank that have not that you know, that we don't really see that often. I think, like, you know, the thing is, I really like the Yonara Lulu. I think that's really cool. I like the Shyvana a lot. I like Gangplank a lot. I have no idea. I like Shyvana a lot. I play her myself in solo queue right now, like really a lot. I have watched Grell and the LRN. He completely won behind the game on Shyvana. And since then, I'm only playing Shyvana in solo queue. I'm really on the hype train. So I really like that we finally see her again here in this game 3. But I'm not sure if this is even the best Shyvana game you could ask for. I honestly like Malvinas comp more. I'm saying it, you know. I think I like them more. But it kind of is... But, you know... yeah. But I could also, like, easily see Maze Gaming winning. It is like... It is a lot about how the top lane matchup will be, for example. Like, the Gangplank, you know, the Gangplank will either be completely dominating and, like, completely one-shotting left and right people, or it will be kind of whatever, you know? And it's, like, hard for me to predict what state the Gangplank will be in, you know? Same with Shyvana. Yeah, but I think Shyvana is not as crazy as Gangplank, you know, on the damage potential. I think Shyvana is, she's like, how do I say this? I think Shyvana is a bit like the regular bruiser jungler on steroids. So, I mean, Maze is the better team, you know? Like, at least in the regular season, they were the better team, you know? If they're the better team, that will be, you know, whoever is the better team this game will decide. I think it's, like, really interesting. No, they have reworked Shyvana. She's, like, completely different champion now. Like, like, she's actually the same champion. But she works a lot differently now. She's like, I think, in the past, Shyvana was this, like, her passive was completely useless. And she was this very squishy go forward champion that is like, you know, you throw a bomb into the enemy team, or you're playing AP and then you just throw a lot of little bombs in the enemy team, but you're not really that strong in like team fights and stuff because like you're too vulnerable. Like obviously all Shyvana was strong in team fights, don't get me wrong, but she's a very vulnerable champion, that is what I say. And jungle meta is often you don't want to have vulnerable champions in jungle meta. In like competitive. For whatever reason we have a pause. What the hell? What the hell are they giving us a pause? Bro! This is crazy, unfair, outrageous, inconceivable, I would even say. And there's a mosquito in my room too. But they have Shyvana reworked. I think The way Shyvana rework works is you're not like the old Shyvana, but you're a lot stronger as a bruiser. You don't have the crazy damage spikes that the old Shyvana has. Like you're not completely nuking one with full AP. You're not going completely Bazinga with attack speed. But as a bruiser, you're just so strong. Like you're literally in ult form, you're like literally two champions. Even if you're like 0-0, the moment you're ulting, you're like two champions. It's like crazy. You're so strong. And then with her passive now, not needing dragons anymore, but your passive just gains you magic resistance and armor for every camp and champion you take. You know, for every camp you take, you get like 0.3 armor and MR. You know, so just over the course of the game, you will stack a lot of it. And so Shyvana's in the early game this really strong champion, like a really offensive bruiser, and she scales into the late game, becoming more and more tanky. But it's like exactly what a bruiser jungler needs, honestly. You need to be this really strong early game champion that is like really doing a lot. Yeah, I think there are like some delays, and guys, you know what I will do? I will just press this button and mute myself. Maybe I'm not muting myself. Honestly, I want to yet. I will just start this music again. Bro, I'm so hyped, bro. Best of 5 game 5. It's my first fifth game that I'm casting, like, ever. This is really cool, honestly. I mean, I just started casting, like, with this summer split, you could say. So. Imagine they're canceling the game. I would be so fucking mad, bro. If they're canceling the game, I would be fucking losing my shit. Thank you, thank you. Man, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Especially because this game could, like, you know, go either way. Those teams, they're so evenly matched today. It's crazy, honestly. Hika played this game so well, by the way. The last game on the Ashe, he played so insanely well. It is crazy, honestly. He nearly got a Penta, too. Imagine he would get a Penta kill. I would be so happy. But, his team stole it. GG. What are you gonna do? Sometimes, I mean, not stole it. It was not stolen, okay? The Penta kill was already stolen before it was, even Penta killing, you know? Game 1 was also such a slugfest. I think especially game 1, 2, you know, they were so crazy. We can just check it, no? Malvinas has Olaf jungle. Olaf is not top lane. They have Shyvana gangplank. Oh, his mace. Woo. Shyvana gangplank honestly kinda crazy. I mean, I'm not sure how long we have pause, honestly. Maybe it's like taking a lot of time. So I wanna just snip. I will just do this very unprofessionally with the search bar. Okay, now wait, I have to go YouTube. It will maybe just give us a different song that is like mega loud. I don't want this right now. Okay. Let's go back to life. They're not even having music, they're just having game sounds, honestly. That's fine. I mean, they have music, it's just very quiet. Oh, where is it saving those? Here, right? Boom. Boom. Okay. Now we have the draft. Always there. Oh, look, do you see this? Do you see that this screenshot is not fitting in the screen? Because my laptop has no wait, I have just done it wrong, right? Wait, they also have Silver Scrapes music here. But it's so where do I have another Silver Scrape? No, it's there. There's Silver Scrapes. Bro, no way, we're getting paw-tagged. Bro, I hate Latam so much. Why are we getting paw-tagged? Ah, Latam pause, man. Never gets old. Always when you think there is no pause anymore. Okay, win. Finally, we're going into our game 5 here. Both teams, they're fighting for their lives. If they lose this game, this is it for their year. By the way, still 4 months on the clock, but if they lose this game, then that's it. Their year is over. With that, not just, you know, their hopes, their dreams, everything will be crushed after this game. And both teams, Malvinas and Mace, today, they're meeting each other and eyes high, you know? Both teams, they like the first 2 games, they were really slugfests, you know? Malvinas won the first, but Malvinas now might lose the first Summoner spell here at least. Itzanek comes here, needs to flash here. This is, by the way, he had a 2-year break of competitive, is just returning with this series back into the competitive play, directly into the playoffs. And having so far a great position, I wanna say, like for being having such a long break, I think he's doing really well. I think last game Bamo was really strong, you know, with the Zahin, but in the end it didn't matter. And I think like Itzanek was also not playing that bad, you know, so it's okay. Else we see some like, you know, lane priorities here. The Lulu Yunara actually doing a lot, you know, so we like to see that. It's a very old school bot lane. I mean, last game we also saw an old school bot lane, like with the Seraphine Ash. And the Seraphine Ash won. So Malvinas, you know, in doubt, just drop what worked before, you know, in metas before. Dropping the lanes that they have played in the past. On the other side, we see Illusion finally, but without Melio. Its power, its strength is like, it's not as dominant. Why is my red here? It has to go somewhere else. We also see nobody on mid lane fighting against Hitsu. Rice has a bit more of it. Rice is actually an S tier champion, you know? I think it's like the strongest champion that still got through the Fearless Game 5 draft, you know? So, let's see, Shuhari here trying to cancel the hold, but not possible. He will get all of it. And also the shield is kinda nasty. They can freeze this here, by the way. Oh, no, they're losing a minion. I don't think it can freeze anymore. A bit unfortunate, they have no slow push. We see Rel is obviously moving. Shivana is also moving. They're like trying to invade, but there's nothing there. They will probably try to get a vision anyways, and then reset. So, let's see. We see Major CS is already on top lane. Gangplank is doing a lot of stuff. It's obviously, you know, with his Q, he's kinda a range champions. Kinda a range champion. So, it looks okay, you know, not that bad. Both top laners using teleport here. Olaf is on bot lane, but there's vision, so Malvinas, they should not be threatened by it. Olaf obviously having a lot of time right now. His camp not even spawned yet. So he even drops a pink ward here to provide more safety for his bot lane. Hika, it must be said, Hika had a fantastic last game on the carry Ash, I wanna say. I got MVP as well. So seeing him again on a hyper carry gives you a lot of promise. Now the 2v2 is breaking out, but not much happening. In general, the trade is won by Malvin. Not by a lot though, so not by a lot, I wanna say. But they're pushing in here. The first plating should be secured here with this wave. One more hit, it will be enough. They're going forward. Fortu needs to flash here early. Shuhari loses a lot of HP, but he probably will not use the summoner spell. Keeps his flash. Plating is secured anyways, though. So, close one here on the bot lane. Both teams, they're fighting for their dear lives. I just want to remember everyone here, whoever loses, the year is over. And their playoffs hope as well. And they can go into vacation. And I'm not sure even like their room. Okay, I will not speak about rumors, honestly. We can speak about the rumors if you're not in game 5. Let's see. Besides that, Gangplank, his lead is growing and growing. Mid lane is quite equal right now. And on bot lane we see slight lead for the Malvinas Gaming bot lane. Overall, they're just basically that equal right now. It will be interesting to see now if the level 6s starting to secure. Shyvana level 6 obviously is really strong. It's like insanely strong actually. And Aris level 6 is also really strong. You can do actually a lot of it. And I'm not sure. I have not put a lot of attention right now in the last minute on bot lane. And for whatever reason, Maze Gaming has like gotten the priority and started the dragon here. They also have paused Maze Gaming, so I don't know. My YouTube is quite loud, no? It's not that bad, but... And we have to wait. Okay, game is continued. We are going into this. Neo is securing the dragon here. It is an infernal dragon. Obviously, Shyvana is not scaling out of dragons anymore. I mean, she is scaling out of dragons still, but her passive works differently now. For every stack you get 0.3 magic resistant armor, and the dragon also just gives that. Now she's ulting in Shyvana here. Neo finds a kill easy and quick. Nice one. If you're hitting the ultimate, you fear the opponents that you're hitting, and with that, Fortu was just, no flash. There was nothing he could do. Was feared into the arms of Maze Gaming, and first blood secured now for the Maze Gaming roster. And Neo on the Shyvana already doing a lot of stuff. Really great. I like to see. Kill also going to Vamo, by the way, and this is also something that has to be mentioned. He is on a Gangplank here, already having quite a good lead on top lane. So he will scale better into the game. And there are no real tanks there for Malvinas Gaming, so the Gangplank barrels in the late game. Depending what he's building, they could just, send them home, like, really quick. And this is, like, honestly quite an interesting Gangplank angle here. I'm not sure how good Vamo is on Gangplank. Gangplank is obviously a champion he has not presented much. But LRS, the LRS is familiar because we have a very good Gangplank player in Nate in the league. So I would argue that he is like influence on the others, We also do not know another 2v2 here on bot lane. And again is Maze winning out of it. Oh, he's getting a kill to under turret. He could nearly get a second one. I think Hika is like a strong performance showing, but Fortu is like kinda, how do you say, a leg wide, you could say, Just dying a second time here, giving Vincian a kill. But Hika himself, he's doing fine, so let's see. Obviously, it's not that great if your Lulu is continuing to dying. But it's like, it is what it is. Game is still young. It's also a less bloody game than all the games before. I mean, nothing is too unsuspecting as well, because, like, usually in those games, now everything is on the table, So. Let's see. Topside objective, the grabs will be secured for Malvinas as well. Not that important, honestly, for them. Against its grabs. It's not the best objective on the world. Only giving you like 90 gold in total and like not that many CS XP either. So usually, if you don't have laners that can use the grabs really well, it is often better to just farm. Maze Gaming now, they're looking for a cross map here, ulting in, and Malvinas Gaming bot lane is now under the turret. Shyvana is doing a lot here. Hika is trying to fight back, but at one point he will die. Neo is 1 HP, but 1 HP is all he needs to make this an working play. And on top lane, Renekton died too, by the way. Malvinas Gaming, they're just rolling over. A bit. The game obviously not over here. Again, both teams, they scale quite well, you know. It's like, the game could be like one of the first 2 games, you know, where it just goes very long with no clear winner until, you know, one team just loses. But Maze Gaming so far really look good, and I especially want to highlight Neo here on the Shyvana. I think Shyvana is like a really, really strong champion right now. A bit underappreciated in my opinion even. And Neo here having a fantastic start into the game here already. Have used 2 ultimates in a way that gets 2 kills, you know, for his team. And really nice to see. Now we see the top lane 1v1 again, where Itzenik is just stepping up too far forward and Mama just runs him down then. And now we see the spot lane dive again. The Ryze ultimate was really good to put him into position. And then the Shyvana fear already nearly enough. He nearly dies, but you get a bit of max HP when you ult, so. Neo not really in danger. It's going for a Trinity Force first is something we see, like, you know, all the time on Shyvana and solo queue. You could go, there are like some Shyvana players that go AP obviously, but I don't think AP is right now that great. Some Shyvana players, they also go Kraken Slayer, but I think Kraken Slayer is fun to play, don't get me wrong, but it's like, I mean, I'm a huge hater of Kraken Slayer, you know? It is a fun item to play, it's not that weak either, but you know, in a game like this, you know, you just need to be a bruiser, you know? You don't want to be in a tech speed carry. This could be the second dragon secured for Maze Gaming. Shyvana has ultimate, so Neo is really strong here. Even if Cucumber wants to defend the fight, you know, to defend this, I think Neo would just win it if he ults him. If like both ult at each other, I think Shyvana could just win this here. The dragon now has reset it though. Teleport is now used as well for nobody. Neo has to leave the area and the dragon gets taken by Malvinas. They don't want to invest any more resources, it seems like. Nobody could theoretically move. But doesn't seem like it. Oh no. Shuhari is stepping far forward, is getting taken out. They still could look in. But Neo, I don't know. Just steps up, loses his dragon form now. Needs to flash as well. Nobody nearly hits the charm here. And again, I think Maze Gaming, they just don't know when it's, you know, when it is enough. I think the moment Shuhari dies there, they should just leave it. Neo now loses his dragon form and loses his flash. And with that Cucumber, he could run him down there. Oh no. I mean, Renekton is there. They could try. If they reach Neo here, he could be in danger. He's stunned now and there's nobody charm it. And the kill is in the end secured. Neo dies as well for the, you know, moment where he is not knowing when it is over. Sometimes you just need to stop. Sometimes you just need to stop, and Neo didn't. Puts Malvinas Gaming back into a position where they can win the game. Now we have a pause though, so we have to wait a bit more. We already had a pause before the game, and we already had a pause before, so someone has internet issues, technical issues of some kind. But it's obviously really sad because, you know, being in a position where you kind of, it is so sad in the best of 5, game 5, you know. It is a bit sad, but it is what it is. It is classic, it is classic, Latam, you know, Latam pauses, what are you gonna do?
te va a funcionar la partida, quieras o no, por el daño que tiene la iniciación de
Besides that, both teams, you know, they're quite equal, so doesn't really matter.
Y sabemos lo que significa que en algún momento, tarde o temprano, va a alcanzar ese nivel extra.
So far right now.
Es un montón de vida, un montón de daño, un montón de, en general, de stats como tal. Y aparte tienes a Sujari para poder aprovecharse de las iniciativas junto con Neo y seguirlo y no dejarlo solo, que es lo que suele pasar muchas veces con Shyvana, que se queda sola a la hora de entrar.
And we have to wait. I'm not sure how long, you know, it could take a bit longer. Oh, no, never mind, the game starts in 5 seconds. Never mind, we're back. We're back into the game. And let's see. Both teams, they're still in it. Malvinas, they had a slight advantage, but they kind of fumbled, you know. They just fumbled the play. So, let's see. I think especially Gangplank, you see, is like really far ahead already. 1.6k on the clock, already has his first item, and like he will be a menace, you know. I was thinking about it, you know. Gangplank is a champion that either goes crazy hard or be kinda whatever. And right now he's more looking into being crazy hard into the game. And could carry this game, maybe 1v9 here for Maze Gaming. Maybe not though, you know, it's Gangplank. You never know until it happened. Right now he's putting Renekton under a lot of pressure. He's like really having a hard time. Normally even like stepping really far up, so like Itzanek, man, I not get his name, you know. Itzanek is just he has to go really far back to reset even. Now it's also swapped, I think, yeah. Ari is now topside. He should have a bit easier time against the Gangplank theoretically, but maybe they're also lane swap now. We see Hitsu is resetting. Next objective would be the Harald. Your Gangplank has teleport, so is Itzanek on the Renekton. So the lane swap here makes total sense. But Ari, neither Ari nor Hitsu on the rise. They have to, how do I say, you know, they have no teleport, you know, so being on the side where the play happens is always important. So let's see. Let's see. He is taking a bit of a slow approach. Next objective, again, the Harald is spawning in 20 seconds. It looks like a bit better here, the position for Malvinas and Maze Gaming. They are already looking at the bottom side here. For a cross map. Shyvana is looking for invade, but there's nothing there. I mean, the camp is respawning, so will be there. They also could look for a dive, but diving Renekton with flash is like nothing too easy, you know? Nothing too easy, but they will try it anyways. Renekton ultimate is immediately used. Fear is now coming out, but Renekton stays alive. Deals a lot of damage. Slice and dices, but gets killed. Neo still survives, but Vamos. Vamos. Vamos gets the kill here. Secures it with a big crit, I think, even. Looked kinda fired. Harald on the other side is now secured. Harald, again, is an objective that you have to use, like all topside objectives are. You know? You have to use the Harald, you know, if you want to get value out of it. If you use it and it's just getting killed, because, like, I think last game Harald was just used somewhere completely random and it got killed, like, before it hitting a tower, then it's, like, kind of whatever, you know, we don't care. But... So let's see.
Con la presión en general también de las líneas, hablando justo de eso, ya no tienes torreta en la parte superior, pues bueno, a ver, un movimiento que te cuesta por lo menos...
The group, the Malvinas are grouping mixing around here. The next dragon is spawning. I think Malvinas probably far more eager to contest this dragon here. They're using Harald too. This is one of the classic rotations. Nobody is going forward, misses the charm because the flash is invested from the Shyvana. Turret will fall, and with that, they're will have the position now. Oh, what am I doing? No, we are pausing. The fight is breaking out. Lucian ultimate is forcing the Lulu back, but kind of doesn't matter. Fight is like a lot of blowing for enough thing happening, really. Like a lot of HP traded, a lot of resources invested. We see Rice is probably getting a top turret, but Renekton is getting the bot turret, so yeah. Let's see. Of action. Turret against turret, but Dragon in the end secured for Malvinas Gaming. So yeah.
Ese momento donde les tumban la primera torreta del grado de este lado de mid lane.
Let's see.
La problemática empieza a presentarse. Hika, ¿qué vamos a hacer con esto? Porque Hika empieza a golpear.
Game is slowing down a bit, you know, a bit of fighting back and forth, but nothing too crazy, you know. Nothing too crazy. But now Mace Gaming, they're kind of running at them, but Malvinas Gaming, they have an easy time running away. Now the Rune Prison is hitting, and Neo is also coming in, not really doing anything here. It's not needed, as ultimate not connecting, but he's still in the Dragon form, so right now Mace Gaming, they can push the advantage forward here, because as long as Neo is in the Dragon form, he's like literally 2 champions, you know? So, really strong. Really strong. Will run out now, so more they won't get. But I think getting a kill, getting an invade, you know, is already more than enough from Mace Gaming here. Bolstering now 1k lead. And basically, all of that is on the top lane on Bamu. Has now 2 crit items. I'm probably looking next at an Infinity Edge, I would assume. It's already so strong, so I really like that. Or like, it's really important for his team. Let's say it like this. The Gangplank here could be a really strong performance of Bamu. The second Gangplank player in the LRS here, with that pick now. Having a great performance too on it. Next neutral objective will be the Nash. But, you know, both teams, they have DPS for Nash. So it could be actually really early on the map already that they will look for it. So could be really important. Or really early the fight around it. But it's like actually the least bloody game that we have so far. But I think, you know, it's the best of 5, game 5, and no team wants to lose here. Because if you lose, you're out. You know? Right now the pressure is probably the highest the whole split has ever been for any of those players. So let's see. Game is a bit slow. We see items get finished, you know. Rise now on 2 items. I mean, Adi is 2 items too. Like the only like crazy lead here is on the top lane where there's an item advantage for Gangplank on the Vamu. I think like importantly enough, the next Dragon will probably be the first thing we see attention on. Never mind, Malvinas Gaming, they're going in here. Nobody is going forward, but he again misses a charm. This time not even flashed here. Shohari just has to walk in a straight line, honestly, and nobody just misses the angle here. It's a bit unfortunate. I think this was a really free play, honestly. Were quick 2v4, but nobody just misses his charm here, importantly. It's okay, he has the ultimate again for the next Dragon fight. I think that will be more important, but Mace Gaming now, they know the Adi has used like a big resource so they can play more aggressively. Vision loses immediately half of his HP for it. Hika on the AD carry is doing already a great job. He has 2 items secured now already as well. And with the bolts, I'm not sure how they're called in English actually. I'm not even sure how they're called in German. But the Fiend Hunter bolts, something like this. They make you stronger when you ult, and Kinara is already kind of champion where her ultimate is a steroid in a specific way, you know? So getting basically double steroided on an ult class is like really strong. So all-in team fights will be really scary. On the other side, Lucian also, you know, having like 2 big 80 crit items makes him, especially with ult and like the double out attack, like it will be really tough. Both 80 carries really strong. But they're like careful with setting up their power. We have the dragon spawning now in 20 seconds. I think this will be attention or something. We see Forto is securing the vision around the Nash because they don't want to necessarily lose it as a counterplay. But I don't like the way he warded, because theoretically they could just rise ultimate into the pit, and I think they're doing it actually. Oh my god, no way! Forto just warded the wrong spot, and they're at Nash and no vision is there. They don't know. Oh no, Malvinas Gaming gets completely outplayed. Now Hika and Forto, they're stepping up, but they're maybe far too late. The Nash already gone. Oh, they're looking nobody this time. He finds the Shaman. Neo is immediately dead. He already used his ultimate offensively, but the Nash is anyway secured here by Lucian. But the kills are going into for Malvinas. They're in time, you could say. Yes, they're losing the Nash, but the gold play from the Nash already negative. And now they can also look for a dragon. It was a really great attempt here from Maze Gaming, I wanna say. But they're just too slow, honestly. If they're just a tiny bit faster, you know, it would be a great play. But they aren't. And with that, the position is now secured. The dragon will be secured. It's the third dragon for Malvinas Gaming. Maze Gaming, funnily enough, they're still not out of it, yes? You know, they've kind of fumbled the situation, but they still secured the Nash. So they cannot do much with it, since, you know, they only have it on 2 members. They still, you know, they still at least have a chance, especially Vamu is like so strong with it. Or like without it already, he is so strong, so let's see this again. It's like very crucial that nobody is immediately hitting here the charm on Neo, and then Neo just completely gets melted by Hika too. So if that they're just winning the fight, Hika especially is like looking so good. In our pre-show, I have said that I'm still not believing that Hika is that great. But apparently he really is just that great. And for it, you know. Really cool to see. Having a very great game. A very great series indeed. Against Vision 2 of all people. Vision is probably one of the top 3 AD carries here. And Hika makes this kind of call for being one of the best AD carries too, you know. I think they're still both of them, they're not reaching oh, fight is breaking out. Lucian ulti is hitting. Charm is missed. Lucian ulti, a lot of damage dealing. Now the flank of the Shyvana is completely devastated. Maze Gaming, they're just running forward. Turret is now secured. They're maybe not getting more kills out of it, but they already got so much. Oh my god, it looks so devastating. Did they even get a kill? Yes, right? Am I stupid? They haven't gotten a kill. Okay, never mind. I'm seeing, I'm having complete major delusion. But it looked like they got the kill, but they only got the enemy team low life. Malvinas Gaming, they're getting out of it with blue eye, you could say, you know. They got jump scared. That being jump scared is okay. Sometimes. Crazy use of the Shyvana ultimate again. I want to highlight it. Neo having a really fantastic game here. Like, you know, not necessarily a fantastic game, but like his ultimates are always great. That's what I want to say. Is deciding to go Spear of Sojin here. I personally, when I play Soluki, I like, it's obviously not a bad build, don't get me wrong. But I really like Statics, not Statics, how is it called? The item, you know what I mean? Sunat Sky. I really like Sunat Sky on the Shyvana because it makes you far more tanky. Just in general, you have more survivability, what I really like about Shyvana in general. And then I usually like to just go Yakusho build, then after. And let's see, Maze Gaming, they're pushing the advantage. Yes, the Nash has run out, but they're still pushing in. Importantly enough, in 2 minutes, the Nash and the Soul Point will spawn. So I think we will soon see more attention, more action, more gaming, honestly. And we have to see. Game is staying slow. We have 6-7 is the kill score. Nothing more, you know. Nothing more interesting is happening right now. We probably also have to wait at least 1 more minute before another action play is happening. Let's look at the items. We have 3 items now finished for the Gangplank. Has finished his LDR. Really good item because a lot of people buying HP here in the game, so will do a lot of work here. Kyukimor now is really deep here, but he has ultimate, so he's feeling himself really confident. Also has backup of his teammates. Losing a lot of HP now. Lucian ultimate is coming in. He's losing so much HP, but he's not dead yet. Now the rail is going in, but she can get stunned here by the Oh my god, nobody and Hika dealing a lot of damage. Especially Hika, like the W forward. Wow. Dealing a lot of damage. In the end, only 1 kill secured, but kill important timing, I wanna say. It's like, you know, I think Neo didn't want to ult here, because I think the reason why Mace is losing this fight is because Neo is not ulting, but Neo don't want to ult, because if he's ulting and dying, you know, that could happen. You know, it's like definitely a thing that could happen. If he ults there, then he might die, and then he respawns with 0 fury, and then they can never contest Dragon. So I think Mace Gaming, they just wanted to keep the Shyvana ultimate for the soul point. For the soul fight, not the soul point. For the soul fight. Because then the Shyvana ultimate will have definitely more impact. Yes, they're losing 1 life for it, but it kinda, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, yeah, you lost someone, who cares? The person is already respawned. So, you know, at this point, kinda doesn't matter. Fight now is important though. 9 seconds on the Dragon spawn. 10 seconds on the Nash spawn too. And the fight might be breaking out any second. The Dragon already half HP now. Oh my god, Kyukimor just going far too deep here. Losing immediately his HP. Yes, Mace Gaming must also dropping low. Red is now dying. Neo also really low. Oh, the knock-up so clutch here. Malvinas Gaming, though, they're dropping so low. But they're not dropping. They're dropping. Never mind. It's a 2v2 now. Yeah. Vision and hits to the 2 carries still alive. On the other side, 4-2. And Itzanek. Itzanek. Oh my god, I cannot say this name. But the Renekton is crucially still very healthy. So doesn't really give any team advantage on the Dragon now. But Mace Gaming, they're trying it. And it looks like, let's see if the Renekton and the Lulu they should try in my opinion. But I think it's already too hard, no? Oh no, Renekton is now alone and needs to leave immediately. Oh, imagine a little Q would steal it. It would be so crazy. And with that, Mace Gaming, they're securing a 2nd Dragon, and more importantly, they're denying the soul for now for the Malvinas squad. 10-10 now the kill score. Gold lead is 1k in total, and the game stays completely on nice edge. We see 3 item power spikes now on multiple carries, or like on every carry actually. What is really good. We see also like more tanky build on the Renekton. It's going here for like a Randuin's Ohm. Randuin's obviously really good against an AD carry like the Yunara. Ooh, stun here, nobody. He's just getting out. No, he's not getting out. Gets taken out. A single Gangplank Q finds his mark. And with Mace Gaming, they're finding a lead here again. And like they're already on the leading position. I think Malvinas, they're like getting a bit on the back foot. Especially with the Nash alive here. And this Mace Gaming roster, they have a lot of damage. They still have the Shyvana ultimate too. So even if Malvinas would try to fight this could be really tough. Kyukimor essentially has flash, so he could try to, you know, go crazy flash or whatever. They also have no smite on Shyvana, by the way. Wait. This could be completely horrible. Rise ultimate is now used to pinch it. The Shyvana ultimate is finding great. Another kill. Immediately another kill. And holy shit, they're just cleaning them up. Itzanek is trying to get something in return. Gets at least Vision, but that's all he will get. And Mace Gaming. The last chat message is Mace throwing, but I don't see it anymore. I don't see it. Mace Gaming is completely in the driver's seat. Completely dominant. And completely in charge of this game, securing the Nash here. And it was a really risky situation for them to be in, because Shyvana had no smite and the Nash was like on 4k HP or something, you know. So if Malvinas Gaming is a bit more determination, then they just win this maybe. And with that, they would have win the, would have set themselves up for success. Now, Mace Gaming, they have 5k gold nearly. They have still a whole Nash buff. And they're looking at a position where they can, like, there's still, like, 3 outer turrets available. 3 easy-to-claim turrets, They can just bounce back. They can just get so much more gold now. They can push the lead now with this Nash. Especially Gangplank. Still not going Infinity Edge, going anti-shield here against the Lulu. It is understandable, don't get me wrong, but it looks a bit wrong. Maybe I think, honestly, it's only Lulu shield. Honestly, you cannot tell me that it's worth to delay your Infinity Edge here. But I'm not a Gangplank player, so I might just be wrong. Anyways, it's a 5v5 Adam, but holy shit, the barrel into the Lucian ultimate. Yukimo losing a lot of HP, and 2 siege minions. They're working overtime here on the mid lane. This will be the first turret that falls. There's nothing more Malvinas can do with the barrel hitting. And like this Gangplank is hitting like a fucking truck. If whoever gets hit by the barrel is like just losing half of their HP. Even someone that has relatively a lot of HP, like Olaf, is losing half of his HP after a barrel hit. So eyes out on Vamo, If he finds it, there might be another Vamos angle, That inhibitor turret will probably fall as well. This is just, they have just not enough range to really reach the siege minions here. Now they can defend them, Or can they? Yeah. Slowly but surely they get the siege minions. But Mace Gaming, theoretically, they still have a minute left. They could just go into the bot lane, and they're also pinging it. They're playing it clean, using the Rise ultimate to set their tempo ahead, getting another turret. And this is exactly what they need to do. They don't need to finish this game on this Nash. They just need to goblin up more gold here. And theoretically, if Vamu just finds another crazy Babel combo, that could be it. 2 siege minions, 1 dies here, but still okay. They still have like 20 seconds left. Yes, the turret just starts to lose HP, but I think they could still manage to get it. But it's really tough. Oh no, with another charm hitting. Lucian ultimate is going in. Gangplank ultimate is going in as well, doing a lot of damage, but I don't... the turret is dropping low, but I'm not sure if they can kill it here. Oh no, they're just using their resources. Cannot really get the turret. They're still keeping Malvinas at like pressure, because the dragon is like spawning in like 20 seconds, and with Malvinas in a position like this, they can never contest it. They cannot even protect their turret anymore. Another inhib will fall here for the side of Mace Gaming. And with that, they can easily do an extra dragon as well, but we have a short pause. Aye. Latam pause, and this is the deciding game. Nearly 8k gold lead for Mace Gaming after this Nash. They will get their 3rd dragon as well. So let's see. Really, really interesting. The game is... Oh, pause is ended. And they're looking. They should get this dragon. Yes, they have lost a lot of ultimates, like Gangplank ultimate, for example, and Lucian ultimate. But they still have like Shivana ultimate and stuff, So this dragon is basically uncontestable. If Malvinas would hard contest it, I think they would just lose a team fight. And if they lose a team fight, the game is over here. And that must be said. So they have nothing. They can really do nothing besides letting it slide, give this dragon away. And with that, we look into the next situation, the next sequence. The Nash is spawning like 2 more minutes. But theoretically, Mace Gaming doesn't need a Nash anymore. All they need is 2 free kills, and then they can end. And you have to see. The Nash is also, with the Nash, they can also finish, So Malvinas Gaming, they're like, now the Gangplank gun, is at their chest, They're like pushed, they're pressure. They have consistently to step up now into the fog of war. And you step up in the fog of war one wrong time, and you're immediately gone from the map. They just one-shot you. So, it will be fucking really hard here for Malvinas Gaming to find their way back into the game. On the other side, though, there are really big shutdowns on Hitsu and Bamo. So if Malvinas Gaming, for whatever reason, can catch them off guard, kill them, then, you know, like, for example, he's on Rise, you know, he has 4 items to actualize, he's doing a lot of damage, but he has not finished, Zhonya's, you know, maybe he won't even buy a Zhonya's this game. So, he's quite vulnerable right now, so the gameplay, yes, he has his orange, but else he's just full damage. You know, so Malvinas Gaming, they might be able to find a way back into the game, but it's like really, really just looking so grim. 1 more minute is on the timer here for the Nash. And let's see. I think Hika, he has such a great game, but I do not know if his team is ready to set him up for success. If he's getting a 5th item, it would be crazy. Then maybe, you know? But let's see, he's resetting. How much gold is he? I don't think he will get a 5th item, but if he would have gotten it, oh no, he just gets a quiver. Ay, 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 ay. So let's see. Let's see. Still, I think if they win, then Hika. You know, I think Hika, he could do it. You know, he just has to avoid Shyvana Ultimate, Rel, Engage, you know, Lucian, Rise. You know, he has to avoid basically everything. But, you know, Hika could do it. If he's really the AD carry, then he could do it. Teleport is now used by Vamo. He has like big shield. They're looking to play around this Nash yet. But Malvinas, they know that they're not threatening it yet, so they don't have to do anything crazy. And now they're clueless. Now they have to wait. We also see the Renekton is going on bot lane. Yes, Renekton has teleport. Oh, they are rid of... Oh, this situation is so hard. Because Malvinas, they don't see what we see. You know, now they put in the pink ward, but it gets immediately nobody. Thanks, please, immediately dead on Shyvana's going forward. That has to be it. There's no way they're recovering from this team fight. I think Malvinas Gaming, they will just clean it up. Histu, oh, Hika, he tried to do so much damage, but he cannot get Histu in the end. And with that, it's a quick ace. About like nobody, he just tried to flip. And you know, at this point, you have to try to flip. If he's like finding something, but it like was really, really ambitious try. And with that, LRS Gaming, they're winning. And Malvinas, they're leaving the game already. They are done with it. What a series today. What a game and what a quick and fast ending. LRS Gaming keep their playoff stream alive. And Malvinas Gaming, we say adios. Gracias for your game, you know, for your time with us, but we send you home, you know. There's nothing else to say. With that being said, it's also it for us, you know. There will not be anything more happening. So yeah, there will not be anything more that happens for us here. I will just tomorrow I will stream the Brazilian tier tour, the Circus Classificante. I will stream that this last day of regular season. I'm not sure if there are any important matches there, because like obviously how do I know, you know? I haven't watched because I was streaming this game. But besides that, you know, I will send you somewhere where I think you will watch some League of Legends, you know. Yep, we send you here to a Latam Pro player. Yeah, we sent you to a Latam Pro player of I'm not sure what they're doing. They're like I think he's in a big Discord call, so it might be giga cringe, but we're rating them, you know? We're rating them anyways. Fuck it. Thank you for watching. We see us tomorrow in Brazilian Tier 2. And if not, we see us next week with the LRN playoffs. Bye bye. I hope you have fun with whatever you do next in your life.